Roll call. Dan Evans. Here. Mike Solari.
Here.
Dave Summer.
Here.
Machine. Here. Jeff Hilder.
Here.
Stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Is there any public comment on anything that is not on the agenda? We'll move ahead to the consent calendar. Any questions? Yeah. Anything from this? Anyone with questions?
I do not.
No, I don't. Jeff? No? Okay. And I have a motion to approve the minutes and the bills, unpaid bills, and paid bills.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes for October 17th, 2024 regular board meeting and approve the bills for the month of October 2024. I will second that motion.
Dan Evans? Aye. Mike Solari?
Aye.
Dave Summer?
Aye.
Machine?
Aye.
Jeff Hilder?
Aye.
Chris?
Okay, so now we go to the correspondence discussion items. The first item is Humboldt County correspondence. I did reach out to Lieutenant Joshua McCall with the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office. He could not attend. He was planning to attend virtually, but an unexpected conflict arose. However, he did go ahead and give me an email with some updates of the Shelter Cove stats for the month of October. He said there were 32 calls for the greater Shelter Cove area over the last month, which was down one from the previous monthly stat period. Majority of the calls received ended up being non-criminal issues, and of those calls that were criminal, it doesn't look like there was any violent incidents or significant property crimes, and no signs of any concerning trends or issues in the code. Provide that update. And I don't have any other Humboldt County correspondence. I do see or have seen with the storm that the county roads crew has been patrolling our area. It looks like they're out and about. Seeing culverts clear. All right. Any questions on that, or I'll move on to the next. Move on to the next discussion item is the 2024 Fire Department Mutual Aid Report.
Yes, this is the program that we started last year that provides training and mutual aid support for the state of California through our resources, both through CAL FIRE, Forest Service, and Cal OES. So our new PC, Fire Battalion Chief Hargrave, is going to give a report. When I'm here running the house and keeping the community safe, Jack's taking our mutual aid resources out and helping represent Shelter Cove on the grander scale of master mutual aid. quite a bit of funds for the fire. Jack Hargrave, now the battalion chief, chief duty officer at Shelter Cove Fire. So definitely a different experience being on this side of the table for quite a while. I just kind of want to give you guys, our crew's been out on several assignments over the past couple of years. Since August 2023, Shelter Cove has been requested for assistance by multiple agencies. We've assisted Office of Emergency Services, U.S. Forest Service, and CAL FIRE. And these requests have included everything from storm pre-positioning for major events, which we actually are doing currently. We've had 8 folks at the ready, staying at the station, basically doing normal station living life since Tuesday evening. We're set to go on through till tonight, and possibly we may get extended till tomorrow with the possible flooding in the Eel River Valley. It leaves us ready for response here locally, and also to assist in the greater southern Humboldt area. And in all of our OES pre-positions, it's usually been Shelter Cove, Telegraph Ridge, Bryson Ridge, or Bryson Fire, and Redway. And so we basically are all kind of taking care of the southern Humboldt area. It's also allowed for station coverage for CAL FIRE. When CAL FIRE gets sent out on larger fires and they deplete the unit, they need other departments to come in and backfill. And we've helped out with doing the Garberville fire. We helped with assisted with station coverage out there for 2 weeks this last summer. And actually during that time, we'll have a video presentation here shortly, but we actually were the first unit on scene for the Alder Point fire, for the Point fire, which is an 85 acre fire just outside of Garberville, just basically about a mile up from the Garberville fire station, or from the CAL FIRE station there, as well as another fire, smaller incident out on Fruitland Ridge. So it allows us to experience larger fires here locally and help out here locally, as well as in the greater area. We've helped on the large campaign fires. Our crew was on the park fire. We actually were on the initial day and worked 22 days on the park fire down in 4 counties: Butte, Tehama, Shasta, and I believe Siskiyou County. And great experience, something that we can't get here locally, hopefully. These large campaign fires are something that it's really something when you pull up onto a large fire like this, obviously take your breath away. And that's what we're trying to get the experience of, to where if we have something that here locally, you don't have that moment, you just get back into work. And so just the Point fire that was in our Alder Point area, just outside of Garberville. Imagine 85 acre fire here in Shelter Cove. How many homes, lots that would be. It would take up a large section of our area. That would be all of the lower area here. And so it gives us that kind of experience. We also have actually been called out by OES for the civil unrest that was going up at HSU, in case they were threatening to burn down parts of the university and stuff. And so we were requested to help out with that. And, so a full gambit of requests come in, and a full gambit of experience that our guys can get. Normally we're just waiting for our normal medical aids and small fires here, fires that we like to keep small. As I said, these assignments allow for experience and training that can't be obtained here in Cove. Our hardworking firefighters get to experience working large fire and hone their skills required. Obviously, like I said, this better prepares us in case we have a large fire here locally. And then they also bring this knowledge back and share it with the other firefighters who can't get it out of the area, and augments our training. They get to experience these. We bring back videos and just the stories of the experience and the things that we learn on these fires, and help out our other firefighters to learn these skills. It also additionally allows the fire department to pay our firefighters for their time when they're out there, which affords them the time to go out and learn these skills and hone these skills, as well as helping with retention.
We all know Humboldt County, our area locally, is in a very challenging economic time and changing time, and so this kind of allows people to have a different path to earn some funds as well as helping out your department and gaining the experience. Yeah, I've got a couple of numbers here. Over the last, since last year, we've helped currently 4 OES assignments, 2 CAL FIRE, 1 Orange County, and has a 1 Forest Service assignment. As out of all these assignments, the fire department has brought in $346,789.33. Of which we've paid about $14,000 for maintenance and repair on 5116, which is the main engine that will go out of county. And that paid basically, that's kind of split between an annual maintenance and some repairs that the engine had to take this year after so many assignments. And let's see, 47% was paid to the firefighters, which is $162,990, which left over for the fire department income $169,799.33. So no small amount. Like I said, the fire department's making some good funds for using, and our firefighters are getting paid a decent amount as well as learning these valuable skills and experience. So I have prepared about a 6.5-minute video. So you guys can watch that. If anybody's got any questions after, hopefully I can answer them for you. Yeah, absolutely. Please forgive me, I did not hire me for my video editing skills. So this is my first experience. Let's hope it goes well.
Apologize for the delay here. I think. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay.
And you got an HDMI?
Yes.
My out.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Wait.
Right there. Okay. You got it. Okay, here we go. Mike.
for us. We were a little bit behind the rest of the strike team, and there had been really nothing set up. Our strike team hadn't even checked in yet because there had been no place to check in. We got down to the Butte County Fairgrounds, and basically from the got a hold of our strike team leader, and he just said, "Come on up Cohasset Road. When you get into the, you'll hit us." And yeah, we just kind of went up the mountain. There was fire everywhere, and then all of a sudden you kind of come on a couple burned out homes and engines there, and yeah, we ended up working 48 hours straight on that one, and yeah, it was quite an experience. But when you're on those fires for the Cal Fire, you're 24 hours on, 24 hours off. So yeah, you're working a full 24-hour shift. So your day is actually a 48-hour day. You know, when you're kind of like trying to recall. I joked to my crew, but it was kind of the truth that I relied on the IPA at the morning briefing to tell me what day it was. Because yeah, you kind of lose a bit of sense of time when you're out there. And so, but yeah, no, it was definitely a valuable experience, especially out there. That fire was one of those kind of once in a lifetime type things where we got there on the first day, and we actually we worked that one for 22 days, and ended up pretty much putting it to bed. By the time we were done, it was when we got the call here, the fire was at 31,000 acres. By the time we got down to Chico, it was at 73,000 acres. And then by the morning time, it had been over 100,000 acres, and it grew 100,000 acres a day for the first 3 days. Ended up at just shy of 430,000 acres. And so, yeah, and our first day was the 40 hour work down in Chico. That was the only time we were down in Butte County. The fire ran so fast, it was already up into 2 other counties. And from that point forward, we were working from Tehama County. We basically base camp was in Red Bluff, and then we'd work all the way over as far as Latson Park. And so that's kind of where we finished up. It made a final run. Those redwood pictures that you see there, that's where we were at Mill Creek and Mineral, which are all right outside Latson Park. Mineral is where the park headquarters were. And so that was basically our assignment, was to make sure the headquarters doesn't burn down. Yeah, set up a lot of tactical plumbing, as we call it, set up a lot of water lines and everything. Unfortunately, we weren't in Mill Creek when it got burned over, but a lot of the work that we put in, all the lines and that kind of stuff, helped save that area. And yeah, so it definitely gave you that sense. I know when we're out here and there's fires locally, I know I experienced it. I'm sure our firefighters do. You go to the store and you have people thanking you for your service, even though you're really not doing anything on that fire. This one, you felt it. We went to the store and we were thanked. It was like, yeah, you really felt that appreciation, and you could see in their eyes that they were very grateful. So yeah, it was definitely a great experience for myself, and I know all of our firefighters, had a really good, Autumn kind of joked with me that I shouldn't put so many, smiling pictures, and I reminded her that, well, we only really take pictures when we're stopping. We don't really take many pictures when we're working, so there's not a whole lot of work shots in there. And honestly, I commend our guys. They had the best attitudes. We get an evaluation from our strike team leader at the end, and over our assignments, I think we had 4 different strike team leaders. Every single one of them pointed out the fantastic attitudes and hardworking from our crews, especially on the park fire. We had been out there for all the rest of the strike team swapped out after 14 days, where our crew stayed for 22. And so we kind of had a fresh crew that last week, and they were amazed with the great attitudes that our guys had, and the dedication they had to the job. So yeah, there were usually smiles and giggles coming from our rig. So yeah, it was a good time, but it was a lot of hard work out there.
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
That's some pretty treacherous terrain too that you showed in there, walking up some of those mountains.
Yeah, it was quite warm. So we had several 103 to 106 degree days, and so you know how wimpy we get out here in the Cove. So it takes a little bit out of you on that heat. So yeah.
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. It was my pleasure. And with the hard work of these guys, they're definitely making a name for Shelter Cove. When we went to the airport fire later on, people had heard of the Cove and had recognized the work that we had done on the park fire. And we actually were even on the park fire, we were a very sought after resource at times. So yeah, it was nice. Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
I noticed on a couple of those shots where it looked like they were hosing into a hole in the ground, like roots or something on fire.
Exactly. That's usually that's one of the most hazardous things out there. Is stumps and trees. The roots will get going, and it'll just keep slowly burning out all those roots. You really have to watch where you're walking. You have to pay attention. There's certain things to watch out for, like for ash pits and stuff. But a lot of times you're kind of sounding ahead with your tool as you go, so that and that's the importance, as we tell our guys, of wearing full PPE. There is always that hazard of actually stepping down into a hole, and those things are still hot and burning. And we've come across many that could swallow a person. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And obviously during the you gotta be very careful in the evening time. You have trees coming down consistently. When we went up to the area off of 36, and it was, yeah, you really couldn't work interior of the tree line in the evening after dark, because you hear trees coming down all night long. And so it's basically kind of work retaining that edge, holding that edge, making sure it doesn't go over the road. And I will say, with everything that we did, there were slop overs and spots all around, never where we were working. So yeah, that was kind of a point of pride that, yeah, we never had a slop over in the areas that we were working. So yeah, we put that out.
And the term hard work doesn't do it justice. I know the physicality of working in that heat and the work you guys do for that many hours is amazing. It's just amazing.
Thanks.
It's very hard work.
And just to add, your presentation really helps drive home how important it is that the fire department is deployed elsewhere to get this type of on-hands experience, that we wouldn't necessarily have, that we could end up having that need here. So
Absolutely.
I'm really
These
grateful.
fires are very real, especially something like the Point Fire, which came in through. And as I said, these are things the first big fire our firefighters see shouldn't be coming over the hill.
Exactly.
As I said, it kind of takes your breath away when you roll up on that and you get to work. But yeah, we're working towards kind of, getting past that breathtaking moment and just getting in and getting to work.
Yeah, that's really important. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Anyone from the public have questions for Jeff?
With the storm over the next 2 weeks, do you anticipate there's some services that the fire department will be exploring into that?
Anytime, any emergency services, absolutely. If something like this comes through, this was as they were they were determining it would be an unprecedented event or something we hadn't seen for a while. So looking at the weather ahead, it doesn't look like we have a continuation of this. But yeah, we are available. Chief Pate is in constant communication with our OES representatives, and so they know our availability and our capabilities. And so yeah, if there's a need, you're ready. Absolutely. Thank you, everyone, for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Jack.
Okay, the next item is the first quarter fiscal year 2024-2025 budget review. Attached to the board packet is the first quarter budget report. Reflects actual revenues and expenses for all departments from July 1st through September 30th of this year. One thing I wanted to note about it is that a lot of annual one-time expenditures are reflected in this budget report, meaning some of the budget line items are already maxed out or done, and that's because that's it. They one-time payment. For instance, the CalPERS UAL payment, property liability insurance, workers' comp, some capital and maintenance projects also. And also, we have yet to receive any county property taxes yet, so that's not reflected in the budget. And one other side note, for the quarterly reports, we exclude grant expenses and income, just So because I guess this was something that was decided years ago because the grant money skews the complete numbers and it makes things look strange. So we exclude the grant from this budget report. Grant expenses income. Any questions on the budget report?
Too soon.
Yeah, I do. That's interesting about the grant.
Yeah, I'll have to find out
Yeah,
more. Like,
just maybe revisit that just because for clarity and transparency, it might be more beneficial for the board to have that information. And then I believe we've discussed this before on the special utility tax capital. We have it all budgeted under admin. And I believe that we requested that we start separating that out under the different departments so that we can adequately see what's actually budgeted for each department. I think one of the responses was that this was with the previous audit accountant that that's how they said we were supposed to be doing it, is putting it all under the one admin. I'm just curious if you were able to check back into that, because I would like to see more. Yeah, I would like to see exactly like how much is budgeted for each department. Because as it is, it's hard to move forward properly.
yeah, I understand. Yeah, this came up before, I remember, and yeah, that's exactly like you said. The former accountant preferred it all in admin, and then when it came time to do the annual budget or annual review, they went separated out accordingly. That was what was done previously.
And it's really hard to determine things like what are we actually spending, going beyond what we're required to spend on parks and rec. So you can't really tell where are we at already. Now, first quarter is usually skewed and not really something you can determine if somebody's over budget, under budget necessarily. But it would be good to know what's getting spent on golf course and community center and different things like that, as well as what is owed to these other departments, because it really does skew things for us doing our review. And frankly, I just disagree with the previous auditor on their attitude. Because they're just dealing once a year. They're not like the board who has to make changes during the year to reallocate things when necessary for unbudgeted emergencies or problems.
Yeah, I have to agree with Tasha on the grants. You know, as far as income in two sections. I mean, the first one, you know, you've got four of them, but also at the end, the well site improvements grant would be, not that you need to include in your budget, but it would nice to, I'd love to see a number, you know, as an anticipation.
When the second quarter report comes out, I'll make sure we include the grant.
Separate report.
And then I've got another question too about board stipend. What is that, and what's board training?
Board stipend is the amount each board member receives for a board meeting per month. And training is, if anything, training comes up, CSDA training.
So that's just a fee for some of the classes or whatever on the, okay.
I have just one more question, maybe Nick. With the mutual aid firefighter reimbursement, we have in the budget 50,000, and we have the 103 already.
And that was an estimate based off potential fire season activity. So last year we only paid out $40,000 with the assignment we went on. This fire season we obviously quadrupled it. So that's what you're seeing reflected that. It's all reimbursed to OES. So we haven't received OES reimbursement yet. It can take up to 6 months for the contract. Usually about 3. So we're waiting on that. But all the firefighter funds and then the equipment is reimbursed to staff. So there's no out-of-pocket cost.
One more question. Playground trail maintenance. What is that? I mean, again, I can understand the maintenance issue, but What's the cost of that?
I believe that was the wood chips. Wood
Okay.
chips purchased for the playground here.
Okay.
Not cheap.
No,
Well,
not-
no, when you say maintenance, again, so everything else is volunteered, so that's just the cost of the wood chip.
Yeah, it could be equipment maintenance for the equipment, playground, signage.
Thank you.
I got nothing on it. A little early on. Numbers look pretty good so far.
Public comment on, or question?
Now, mine is about the golf course improvements for $10,995. What was that?
That was the new mower reel for one of the green mowers, I believe. Pretty expensive.
Anyone else? Question? Okay.
Okay, I'll move on to the next item. It's the district strategic planning. This is the first viewing of the Parks and Recreation Department's plan. Just as a brief reminder, each department within the district is developing its own draft strategic plan. These individual plans define the responsibilities of each department, their role, and their ultimate goals for the future. When combined, these individual draft plans will form a blueprint for the entire district strategic plan. The focus of this item is the Parks and Recreation Department. And I know this is a lot. There's a lot of this. The Parks and Rec Department covers a lot of ground. Golf course, the airport, clubhouse, trails, even beach access. So my goal for this plan here was, and we'll talk about the committee later, is to have this sort of become a foundation that the committee can work off of, prioritize. A lot of it is just sort of like ideas that are kind of thrown in there. How realistic, we don't know yet, but it's really a draft for helping us determine future budgets and where we want to go with the community, what the community wants to see with the Parks and Rec Department. I know there's a lot, so I'll probably include this in the next board meeting also. Just we will, because we'll have some changes, so we'll have more time to go over this.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
So before, we had a golf course parks and recreation director. And a lot of his general description was exactly some of the description that you have in your strategic plan. I guess my question is how is this going to impact current staff when we're short of a person that was their complete function in the organization?
There is basically only one dedicated staff member in the Parks and Rec Department, budgeted staff member currently. You're talking about adding a new
No, I'm asking what impact is it going to have based for a strategic plan where we lost a person. So what impact is that going to have on you and your staff?
Well, it is impactful. I mean, we do have to spread it around amongst the other departments to help out whenever we have big projects like New Greens and whatnot. All hands kind of get on deck. But
So I guess that's one of my concerns with the Park and Rec Committee. I think it's a great idea. I just want to know how their suggestions and comments are going to be implemented.
yeah,
So I think it's something that we need to address in this framework. I would love to have some of your thoughts and ideas of how you're going to implement some of the suggestions and recommendations that the Park and Rec Committee suggests, especially since we don't have a dedicated individual, without putting more confines and constraints on your time.
I think that is kind of what the goal of the committee is all about, to try to make those kind of decisions, priorities of the community, and then we can focus budgetarily on that direction that we want to go. The committee will kind of steer that direction, is what I think the idea is.
Thank you.
So for clarification, right now, we do have one full-time employee that is considered responsible for the Parks and Rec down in the lower area, the golf course, right? And then for clarification, it's the administrative superintendent that oversees the Parks and Rec, who's basically in charge of Parks and Rec within the district, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just yeah, obviously this is a draft, and there's a lot of great ideas here, and so this will be taken to the eventual committee once it's formed. I think what will be really driven home with that committee, and even with the community, and as we move forward with our strategic plans, all of this is going to take a lot of funding. Like even the basic, upgrading or improving the drainage in the middle of hole 3, by adding a French drain system, like all of that's going to be taking money, obviously. I saw and then also being able to use our reclaimed water, that's a whole, we're going to need an actual lab dedicated to being able to do those samplings. So I like that you're including all of that so that people can really see what it's going to take moving forward. I had a couple concerns that from past district experience and community involvement where we were, I think, under the airport upgrades, there's a little bit of talk of fencing parameters or a perimeter of fencing. I think that was taken to the community at some point. People were very resistant to having a very tall fence around that area for view shed. And then also the same with the airplane hangars, the hangars. I think that also was brought to the community at some point. And there was kind of a resounding, people did not want to be their view shed being, looking at airport hangars. And especially with, we do have some community members that have airplanes, but not a lot. And so to be doing that kind of infrastructure for such a small amount of people that it would actually affect is a concern to me. But other than that, I mean, I think that this is pretty detailed and it's a good starting point for the committee once it's formed to be looking and addressing and getting more current community feedback on it as well.
Yeah.
It's going to take a lot of money.
Like the hangers and the fencing, my goal was to include just every idea that we had, and then they could be parsed out as we go. To start with everything, narrow down to what we actually do.
And then also, just real quick, there was for the golf course, looking at doing leasing that out to a private entity. I think for myself, I just want to know what the benefits were for the district because we've done that before. What the benefits were, and then also what the drawbacks were. Other than that, I think it looks really good. It's pretty detailed. Oh yeah.
I didn't include any timelines this time. Actually, even one or two of these things have already been started or completed, even. But I just want to leave that kind of open-ended.
And then just one more thing. With the golf course, and since we do have that one employee already budgeted in, wondering what it would take to get him with golf course maintenance training. I think that instead of having Frank do it or anybody else, just seeing what that would take.
Chris, does he work solely on the golf course? Or does he cross the analyzes, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, because so then I would be curious to know how many hours a week that he's putting in on the golf course.
Yeah, it is reflected on the timesheets. We could get that data.
That would be great. And then again, does he also do the maintenance on the airport and on the trails?
That kind of gets all hands on deck and a lot of that
It'd be nice to see where that's at, again, so strategically we can plan for that. It would be nice to see where that's coming from, because it is such a, I mean, again, I think it's a great blueprint, don't get me wrong. But I think that we need to know more to see where it's gonna go. And not like one guy, but he's not really just one guy on the golf course. Now he's one guy that also goes to other places.
And I think that's important because Parks and Rec is bigger than the golf course.
Well, especially if we're gonna include the, frisbee golf or some of the other ideas that are mentioned here. I think that again, I'd love to have more information. But a great footprint.
This is more questions. Just as I know you're heavily involved in the Parks and Rec Committee. When you guys talk about hangars, just one of the things that, I heard objections when we first moved here about it from people on their view. You do have that bluff there where there could possibly be hangars built where nobody even knows them down at the north end where I live.
Okay.
It's like a 30-foot bluff that you can't see anything down there from the houses. It's just an idea.
Yeah.
Throw it out there.
I guess my question would be, what is the need? I mean, I know some people that own airports here won't keep them here because of the conditions of being so close to the ocean. So I would really, the question would be more the need.
Well, that's something that it needs to look into. But I just think keep an open mind instead of what the history has been with people with different things on these. I'd like to see that the committee will keep an open mind to things that are out there and try to find solutions that maybe would work. Or, I mean, I don't know how many pilots. I know, Jerry, you keep yours in Garberville with a hangar because it's not conducive to being out here. There's probably a few others that have their cars parked here all the time. That have their, I don't know if they would participate or not, but
Yeah.
Maybe on the other side, maybe it's not a bad idea to have more like on a short-term hangar situation, so they're not exposed to the element. So I think that Jen makes a very good point.
I just want to see an open mind with the committee.
Yep.
Because there are a lot of ideas. I mean, I was reading through this, and there's just a tremendous amount in here that the committee has to parse through. So,
And we're not done, and continue to bring in more ideas.
right, yeah, as you keep going. Anybody else? Any questions from anyone else? Anyone have any public comment about the Parks and Rec strategic plan draft? All right, Chris. Moving on.
There was a comment
Go on.
online about one of the items in here that I mentioned, some of it's already been started or completed, is the internet access computer for patron use at the library. That is was recently added. So that is part of this plan too.
How is that working out?
I haven't had any complaints, and I've been looking at our internet usage and everything looks normal. So it's working.
I think there's a log on who uses it. It's only been one person so far.
Oh,
That's interesting. Okay. All right, if there's no questions, further questions, Chris?
okay, so moving on to, this is a nice one to mention. It's good to recognize our crew for outstanding work that they do out there. A lot of behind the scenes stuff that no one really sees, but sometimes we have organizations that will recognize what we do. One of them is the California Water Environment Association, and they recently recognized our senior utility operator, Travis Thompson, as the Operator of the Year, small plant category for 2024 in the North Coast section of Seaweed. So Travis, he began working for the district in 2019 as a general laborer. He worked his way up quickly and currently holds a grade 2 license in water treatment, distribution, and wastewater treatment. He's also a certified backflow prevention assembly tester. He recently took his exam to become a cross-connection control specialist. On top of that, he plans to take his grade 3 wastewater treatment exam, I think within a year, if I'm not mistaken. Travis is also he's an excellent operator. He knows what to do, who to call, and how to stay level-headed. He follows SOPs, takes care of chemicals, the SCADA system, and billing when necessary. He deals with the public, and he's out in the field every day, taking care of the district's critical water and wastewater treatment infrastructure. He conducts public walkthroughs of district facilities. He also oversees junior staff, training future OITs, and he assumes all responsibilities and aspects of the job when his superintendent is away. He's a very ambitious and driven member of the staff, always looking to move forward in his career with the district, while at the same time making it more efficient, modern, environmentally friendly, and cost-effective. This is a well-earned recognition by an organization of a fantastic representative of the district. Thank you, Travis, and keep up the great work.
Busy working well because you have to be here.
Sample, we're doing milk chromium sampling with the state right now. They're out there getting all the stuff. Sample models are about a week out.
Well, Travis, congratulations.
Yeah, definitely.
Proud of
Everybody
them.
here.
I would just like to say I'm really impressed with, of course, he's got that he goes above and beyond in his duties. I really appreciate that he does a lot of his on his own time. He's researching for different bigger infrastructure projects that we have coming down the pipeline. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, I think you guys make a great team. Thank you.
Okay. Any public comment? Okay, move on to the next discussion item.
Okay, so this is just something we wanted to have on the agenda for public discussion. We know it's a hot topic, and I want to provide some background. This is the sports court update. So I know this is a long one. I'll kind of go through the background. The sports court project started back on August 20th, 2020, when the district board signed off on Resolution 2010 approving the application for the 2018 Parks Bond Act per capita grant. On December 29th of 2021, the district received notice of award for grant funding in the amount of $177,952, plus an allotted in-kind contribution of $62,048, for a total of $240,000. The grant stipulates that the funding must be used for the construction of a half-court basketball court and 2 pickleball courts with a surrounding fence on Lot MMM near the community clubhouse. Terms of the grant also require a deed restriction on the property and mandate maintenance for the court through June 30th, 2048. In 2022, the district contracted with SHN engineers to design the sports court plans and specifications. SHN would also conduct part of the permitting process. Originally planned as a half court with 2 pickleball courts, community input led to an evolution of the scope to a full court with 2 pickleball courts. District staff developed a preliminary cost estimate for the project at a projected total of $281,440, leaving a shortfall from the originally estimated budget of just over $40,000. So subsequently, at the September 15th, 2022 regular board meeting, the board approved additional in-kind funding for the project so that the district's share in the project will now total $110,000. The original deadline for the project was initially December 30th, 2023. However, due to staff turnover and other contributing factors, the project was not completed by that date. In January of this year, staff signed an amendment to the grant project, extending the deadline to December 31st, 2027. Additionally, final reports related to the grant are due March 31st, 2028. In recent months, an informal group of community members has generously volunteered their time and expertise to assist with completing the sports court project. These dedicated volunteers have diligently explored solutions to make the project viable at the submitted site with available budget. Their invaluable research and assistance have significantly contributed to the project's progress. For instance, they have been very helpful with navigating around recent airport zoning restrictions and even saving the district money by assisting with the design, planning, and permitting processes. The current expectation is that the project can be completed within the existing grant budget and within a 1-year time frame. The final project and surrounding area will include sports facilities for basketball, pickleball, volleyball, badminton, horseshoe pits, and the bocce ball court, providing multi-sport activities for the community. More details on the design, budget, permitting status, and long-term maintenance plan will be presented at the December next meeting. To date, the district has incurred $46,701.35 out of a grant required in-kind contribution of $62,048. These funds were spent on pre-construction costs such as engineering and permitting. The most recent expenditure was just last month to the Humboldt County Planning and Building Department for various permit review processes, including a coastal development permit. These costs were a result of board action at the July 2024 board meeting approving county review for 2 potential site plan options. As a final note, I reached out to the grant administrator to address recent public comments about relocating the sports court out of Lot MMM. The grant administrator informed me that moving the sports court project to a different location would require withdrawing the project and creating a new one. This would entail a new application packet and a new deed restriction. So that's the end of the report. I guess the note is there that it's not impossible to move it, but it would require starting over and probably added costs. And just a reminder, yeah, December, the group that's been helping with the sports court progress will make a presentation of what they said in that paragraph. Any questions?
Yeah, maybe they can add to their presentation. What's the impact as far as liability and insurance? How often and how high is the fence going to be as far as maintaining the shroud around it? So a detailed, concise plan would be very helpful, I think.
The fence is 8 foot tall is the plan.
Well, I was just thinking, I went down there today or yesterday, and I was looking at all the banners that are on the around the baseball thing, and they just get hammered. So, I think that's one of those impacts that needs to be addressed. I don't know how long those shrouds would last. But something that may have to be replaced once a year, once every 2 years. I don't know, but it'd be nice to know. And I look forward to their presentation next month.
Yeah. A couple things. One, from my perspective, something that should have happened, and I don't believe has been done really, is looking at that $281,440 figure and making sure that that was somewhat accurate, that original, what was brought to the board at the time. Those numbers, I don't believe, was ever really verified by the board or current staff that we have now. And I think that, or the people that, the informal group. I know I attended one of your guys' meetings, and Florentine, I believe you asked if where that number came from. And that's what got me kind of thinking, like, well, that's just what was presented, but there wasn't a clear breakdown, and nobody really followed up on whether those numbers were accurate. So I do have questions about that figure. My other concern, or not really concern, like something I would like to point out, is in regards to the September 15th, 2022 board meeting where the board approved additional in-kind funding. That amount, they approved that. The community to realize that while that was approved, and when you hear board members say it's not in the budget, what that means, and it means it's not on the budget. We don't have those funds, and so we will, whatever this project goes over the 1,000, the original quote, the 177,000 plus, we're going to need to be raising funds for that, because it's not in the budget. So hopefully we'll be coming up with some plans and ideas on how to do fundraising so that we can complete that project. Also, there was talk about being able to receive 50% of the grant ahead of time before completion. We can only access those funds if we are shovel ready and able to complete the project. So we still will need to know where the rest of the money is coming from. I just want that clear, because there's been some, it just seems like people aren't clear on that.
I would like to add that it might also help that it's put out to bid, meaning, rather than abstract numbers. And I know that Nick could probably say this on his building that he put in, we have to be prepared for over budget, because today costs are gone up on the construction side exponentially. And as far as every other utility cost is coming up. So I think that we need to be cognizant and a real number. So if it's put out to bid, not that that is going to lock in the bid because of the amount of time, but at least it'd be some true numbers instead of abstract.
And it does have to go out to bid because it is a grant. The other part of that is, from what I've gone over the original SHN plans pretty in detailed, and for that location, even if we change the design, we're still going to be looking at the same type of engineering required. And on first glance, it looks like it's over-engineered, but for the hydrology down at that location, it's really not. And it's whatever we go with, it needs to be well engineered and not cutting corners on the project so that we can afford it, that we still need a long-lasting project.
If I may.
Hold on.
Yeah, the board needs to have discussion first, Warrington, and then I'll call you. It does need to start going into the budget fairly quickly here. This was something that should have been done at the time before the grant was accepted. It should have been able to be funded, and the board should have, and it's a lot of hindsight of mistakes with this particular grant. So there's a lot of catch up to do from accepting it without good numbers and without things being budgeted for. So at this point, the committee's got their work cut out for them, but we also have to start moving forward on this and finding the money to do it, because running out of time, and I think the community is getting very frustrated that this is taking so long. And so it's going to be a lot of work, but I do want to clarify it should have been budgeted, and I hope in the future any grants for anything in this community, when they're brought to the district board, that they are given sufficient information that states what the board, what the district has to do, because typically you have to match, or you have to, put some money up against the grant money. And I think it's imperative that the board be given good numbers and given all the time. So I'm hoping those of you who are still going to be here on the board, that anytime any grants are brought to you, that the whole financial picture is known, and a way of funding it is put into the budget so that it can move forward without all this controversy.
Yeah, grants are not free money.
No, they aren't. Unfortunately, they're
They're a way
good
of fun-
seed money to start with, but unfortunately, they are not always the whole. And I think that's where things got messed up on this in the beginning, and why we're running behind. So, good luck. I'm getting this done. I'm leaving, so I have no input. I really don't have a right to input, except that what I've seen being on the board for the last 2 years is that this has got to start getting done financially correctly. And plans, that's where the failure was the board was not given the right information. So, anybody else?
No.
Public comment, I know you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, I may answer to some of the questions that Tisha had. First of all, there will be a lot of details for this. We also got inputs from 3 contractors that work here in Shelter Cove. And we got, based on those responses, we developed three spreadsheets with the budgets of what's getting into executing this project. There are categories that definitely a contractor must do those, like putting concrete and so on. But there are other categories that we can just go and buy. Of course, bid probably will do that. So without help, we'll do it and they will compensate. We can go and just buy things that need to be. For example, nets. We don't have to get a 15% markup from a contractor. We just go and buy those ourselves when we see the best quality and the source to buy. So I think the whole thing is not just the contractor bid, but it will be a mixture of the inputs from those contractors, what they are supposed to do, and what we on volunteers can do as well in order to be below the $280,000. What the volunteers are doing right now are focusing on how to get this completed, executed within the $240,000, which is in the budget. So far, based on the input we got from 3, well, now I'm not going to give you the names right now because I do not want to create another problem people talking about. But 3 well-known contractors and except one, well, every single one is below $280,000. 2 input from 2 contractors are within $240,000. So we can start with those, for example. And one is just so far, as I said, $10,000 more. So we are not too far from meeting the budget that Reed has right now for this project. Now, I heard what Jeff is saying very clearly, and I have the same concern. The longer we wait, these prices are going higher and higher. And it's just what are you waiting for? The volunteer team that was put there, we are just waiting to move on with whatever is needed from us to move forward. So I will give you those numbers in December. But before that, I would like that in interim we can talk with someone of the board members, for example, or the whole board member, and say, well, do you guys before you meet, do you agree with this category instead of waiting another month? This is what we have so far. Do you agree if we are going in the right direction? Because if we wait another month and then we'll decide something in another month, it's going to take a very long time. That would be my suggestion. In the interim, we can have an open dialogue with the board members and get input. Maybe other contractors will get involved, talking about bids and so on. We are not against it. So we can move on. If there are any questions?
If I can just respond real quick. As much as it would be awesome to be able to, and before the next, instead of having to wait a whole month, unfortunately, the only time that you can talk to the whole board is at these meetings. We can't do an unofficial meeting with the whole board. That's a violation of the Brown Act.
But is there a possibility that, for example, we
You can meet
communicate
with
with Chris and we say, well, this is what we have.
And you can even have a board member in on that as well. It just can't be the whole board. And then just real quick, sorry if you could just, and I don't think that this, if we've said this publicly, As far as the zoning and the Humboldt County Supervisor is requesting that the project does not impede into Zone 5. I think what will be coming up, I'm hoping that will be coming to the board is whether or not we need to ask for variances and push that for all of our recreation down there. So although we do want to get moved as quickly as possible on this project, there are some things that we may need to be addressed, such as the variances, before we can move forward on it, from my perspective.
So I understood from Mike Bruno worked directly with the county, and he also talked to the Director of Aviation of Humboldt County and discussed this matter. We submitted, I think in July, 2 plans for the county to review, not to approve or anything, but just to review. And my understanding was that one plan had been declined because that plan was at a corner within Zone 5 restrictions. Our current plan, which was approved, well, which was taken in consideration by Humboldt County, is the plan is outside of the Zone 5 restrictions. So if you go and see there are some stakes in the ground that Kurt and I put them on, and those are outside of the Zone 5. We took that in consideration.
Yeah, and I think what I'm getting at is that independently of this group, that it may be to the benefit of the district, that we, regardless of what your informal group has been told by Humboldt County Planning and the Aviation Department, that the district independently moves forward with pushing for variances so that we can utilize that whole space for all purposes, not just the sports court. And if that one, we paid over $45,000 for a very well engineered set of plans. And if because those plans are in Zone 5, that the county is saying, well, you can't do that, I think it might be in our best interest to push back on that a little and move and look at seeking the variances that we were told that we were grandfathered in, that the previous general manager did not get in writing, but for just protecting the district and our own properties. So that's what I'm saying.
How much will this delay the project?
Well,
I think it's going to be a month.
we have a new board members to be seated, and so it will take some time. It might take a couple months. It might take a month for us all to be able to look at to see what it's going to take the district to get that. It'll take Chris reaching out to the Humboldt County Planners Department independently of your informal group.
I'd like to add too, back to what you said, you can easily work again with one board member and Chris. And back to that budget, because you're saying, a lot of the volunteers can do this or go out and get the nets and what have you. I would like to see what you're proposing the volunteers are going to do versus what you're going to have paid for. And so I think that I want to see it, because it's just part of a bid, part of that bid package. So I think to be proactive, because back to what Tesha said, we are bringing 2 new board members that are going to have to be acclimated, but I think that it'll bring them up to speed quicker.
Actually, we already have everything you're asking for. Put in 3 different Excel spreadsheets that with the input from these 3 gentlemen that gave us information, and it includes all the things that the volunteers can do outside of the contractor's direct work.
I guess my point is I'd love to see it.
So right, that's what this one will probably be presented with other inputs until then from the planning board member and through Chris, and having a solid budget or 3 budgets that we can put in discuss.
Thank you, by the way.
And also for our proposed Parks and Rec committee, once that's solidified, this will be a good opportunity for more public discussion and for your group to be meeting in a more public setting so that people from the community can see how you guys are determining the quotes and whatnot.
I forgot to add one more thing.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go
The current location is practically where the SHN location was. So it's not, it's in the same place.
Arden Reed, Shelter Cove Property Owners Association President. Again, we voted on the location of it, and we voted against the location of it because it's 2 acres of a lot for a deed that's going to be 20 years that they have to maintain. If this is not maintained according to the deed, we would have to pay the price of the property, which I suspect to be about $700,000. So again, we were talking about free money. No way. $100 plus thousand from the board, $700,000 of property value, $200,000 of a community center design that was put into the same location. You guys are going at it, but has anybody tried to do a property lot line adjustment just to fit just the court on there? Why do we need to give up 2 acres of prime real estate for 150 by 50? Is it 175? Those questions I have. And just to brainstorm of our last meeting, before that, we did a spot on the fitness trail. And then somebody else brought up, why not at the beginning of the fitness trail on Shelter Cove Road, right on the flat area? No retaining walls. Probably take those same plans, put them right there in the same spot, right above the flooding area. We would have to redo it, but it's a flat area, and it's high eye contact. Everybody will see it coming into the cove, and it's protected from the wind. And it's super close to being out of the coastal commission. It might even be right on the line. So those are things. So really consider the property line adjustment if you're going to go forward with this to save the rest of that 2 acres to be used for other projects.
Chris, is that property even buildable for anything? I think that, I mean, he's estimating what it would cost to, if we could do something to develop that piece of land, but I don't believe we can. 'Cause it's in the airport.
Based on those airport restrictions, I say no unless we try to get the variance. But, some investigation into that. There are some questions online too, some comments.
If I could real quick, Arlen, I think we're looking at trying to keep, of course, the cost of the project as close to the grant as possible. Definitely in that spot that you're talking about right before the fitness trail, it's still going to take some major engineering because of the hydrology there, I would assume, at the same kind of along the same lines that we're dealing with down here.
Yeah, probably definitely right on a fault zone.
And it is within the coastal commission, so we would have to redo that. I'm wondering if we were curious into relocating the sports court. You mentioned you did reach out to them, and it would include a whole new application. That also doesn't mean that they would approve it, correct? Because we'd be starting the whole process over again.
I'm not clear, but it's possible.
Yeah, but they
Reject it.
They accepted a
Right.
place that didn't have a plan. We didn't even have a plan, and they gave us money. If we have a plan and you give it to them,
But we do have a plan now. We do have a plan, and it has been submitted, or it has been brought to them. So I'm just saying that there is a risk of losing the grant if we do totally change it to another location. They could very well just deny it.
and more possibly to show them exactly how much the numbers are, that we could even get more.
Yeah, that's typically not how it works, but maybe.
There's Humboldt berries there.
Yeah, Kurt.
So I wanted to piggyback onto what Florentine was talking about. So not only did we get some input from the contractors, we also got material lists from the contractors that have been quoted. So these aren't just the numbers he has aren't just made up numbers. They're actually quoted materials from different distributors. So the numbers that he has are pretty real numbers. And when you look at the national averages for building these courts, we're probably 25–30% of his numbers above what the averages are in the whole country. So it's not like our numbers are going to be way out of line. They're going to be higher than the national average by probably 25–30%. And basically the numbers that he has are based on quotes from the actual distributor. Now, when he's talking about managing it, the things that we discussed early on was that and we've talked to the contractors about this and they're on board with it. If we want to purchase the concrete, the rebar, all the materials and manage it that way, there won't be a markup from the contractors on this material. I can add another 15–20% on top when you leave it up to the contractors. It also helps us to control the money that's going out for this project. Now, these guys that we've been talking to, they're very willing to do that. They just want to they'll do the labor, that's all, and we can purchase all the material at a cheaper rate with no markup. If you were able to get money 50% or whatever you're talking about ahead of time, that helps out with that, right? So
It does if their bids are accepted. I mean,
Yeah,
they still have to this has to go out properly to bid, and hopefully our contractors can meet those standards.
Is it a prevailing wage job?
Well, and further, I'm gonna back up part of that. It would be nice to make the deed restriction exactly for the sports court, not any additional property, but for that piece of property, to allow for further options later down the road for the community. I would also suggest, which would be an interesting idea, that like the golf court or golf course, we charge $15 for 9 holes and $20 for 18. I would like to see a tchotchke put in and let it where the sports court for future maintenance charges a court time fee.
I do agree with you that we'll need to look into the revenue aspect of this.
But I mean, charging for court time would not be a bad idea, just like the golf.
the other thing is just casually, we've gathered about 160 resident signatures that are in support of the courts, exactly what they're planning.
And
We
all
didn't
of
go
that,
out and work hard at getting these signatures, it's just we bump into people, explain it to them. We got a little paper we wrote up, and almost everybody I talked to is in favor of it. The only ones that haven't signed the list are people that had conflicts that were on some board or something that didn't feel comfortable signing it. But you know, there's full support for that because these people want it for their kids, they want it for their grandkids, they want it for the future people, kids to go out and play, or even people coming from out of town. It'll be good for the businesses. You get people down there in the sports courts, they're going to go over to Chippo, get a beer, they're going to go over to the deli, you're going to have the people from the campgrounds utilizing the sports courts. I go on a lot of RV trips every year, 2–3 month RV trips across the country. Having these courts near a campground like that is a big boom for them because these people like to utilize that stuff.
Well, I think the community wants a sports court. I don't think there's any doubt about that. And like I said, I think there's just some innovative ideas that we could do that charging for court time just to help for future maintenance. I think that there's a number of options to do, and I think addressing them all makes it for a better plan.
That could be something that you guys can discuss. We're just, our group is focused on getting the construction part.
If I may give some input on what you just said, and I agree with looking forward to see, how much we get in the budget for maintenance. But right now, the pickleball players They are cleaning everything where they play in the street, and they keep that area, free of weeds or anything else. And our group discussed that we are more than willing to do this moving forward, so we don't need any money from that perspective uh, on maintenance for the surrounding of the courts and for the court themselves. There may be cracks, there may be paint that needs to be replaced and so on. And we've done all of this on the streets, without asking for any money.
Well, I mean, again, that goes back to, I would love to see your numbers.
And we can add
Because I'm
that.
sure you're projecting maintenance in the future as well.
We can add that to the Excel spreadsheet as an item to take care of.
I would add, we have the best maintained stretch of road in Shelter Cove, or pickleball court. Due to everybody's input, it's resealing the street every year, and
I wanted to
repainting the
move you guys
lines.
to different places.
Anyway, that's all I.
Thank you. You guys, I know you've worked really hard on this.
Pam?
All these things aside, I know there's a lot of consideration for, charging for the courts and one thing and another. What I'd like to encourage is just settling on the location. If that is where we got the grant for, and changing that location is going to restart this process and have us risk losing the grant money, and even though grant money doesn't come for free, if you let it go by the wayside, good luck getting it the next time it comes around. The other thing I'd like to say is, if you want a well-maintained court, you need to have it in an area where you do not have leaves and water runoff and all the kind of things that are being considered for the start of the trail, midway down the trail. All these other locations are heavily wooded, and with every wind event and all the trees that are going to come down, and that is going to deteriorate your court faster than if you have it in an open area where the sun will come out, dry it out, it has excellent drainage, and your maintenance will be lower. Plus, if you're thinking of putting it at the start of the trail, firstly, I don't know where people will park. It's at a major, coming down the road, taking a curve where there's already drainage problems. I think you're looking for a lot of traffic backups and accidents in that very location. Thank you for listening.
One of the things about the current location also is that there's access to restrooms. You can use the ones over here at the park, right? Over there, there's none of that. So, we struggle with that when we're over there playing right now with people having to stop. You gotta go to the restroom. There's nowhere to go there, right? You gotta get in your car, you gotta drive somewhere. So that's another thing to take into account. You already have all the facilities here to support the court that you don't have if you're moving it up to some remote area. And what she's talking about, those courts over there are always wet because of the trees. They never dry out. Even when it's some days when it's sunny here, they're wet, they're slippery. All those trees over there, all they do is drip on the current temporary court locations all day long. We've had people slip and fall over there because of the dampness.
Can I make a comment? So I don't think this board or the previous board that voted for this has ever said, let's look at another location. I keep hearing about location. And that's fine. People can oppose it. People have difference of opinions, but we're $40,000 into this. The district cannot afford to lose a grant. Once we lose a grant, then we are in bad shape getting future grants in the future. So anyway, I've never heard us discuss changing the location, ever. So, and as far as I'm concerned, Chris is still moving forward with the project. The group is helping us, and that's wonderful, even saving us some money. as far as maintenance and cleaning of the court, every time these guys go out and play pickleball, I mean, I wish they were taking care of my yard. They're out there with blowers and moving stuff around, and it is immaculate before they start because they don't like the way it changes the direction of the ball when it's hit or what have you. It's amazing. So I guarantee it will be properly cared for with this group of people and future groups of people. Because these pickleball people are kind of loony about that. They have everything clean and beautiful, and so moving forward, that's where we're at right now.
And with that said, has whoever, if the pickleball association was volunteering for that, that would take like we need to do an official MOU moving forward with dates, and just in case anything were to happen to the pickleball association, we still have backup plans on how we're going to maintain that project.
I actually would like Bruno about that, setting up an MOU for the maintenance and what have you.
I just have one final thing to say, is there, in nowhere in the deed did it say when either party could get out of this. There's no saying that you can't get the money back. And I want to say that that's just, everybody's talking about that. Oh, once you give up grant, you can't get that grant money. It's going to ruin it for the rest of the RID. That's BS. There's nothing in there that says anything about it hurting your next time you try to get a grant.
So to respond to that, Arlen, it's not in that deed that you're reading, but it is.
Any person on that either side could get out of that deed at any moment with no, just all they have to do is say, I want out, and that's it. It doesn't.
So
nothing, in nothing that I searched for any grant did it say that if you don't go through with this grant, you're never going to get a grant again.
Agencies and looking for future infrastructure grants, it most certainly does ding us if we fail.
It's hearsay.
If Arlen, enough. We've heard your opinion. We have listened to you, and I'm sorry, but this kind of arguing with the board is not conducive. If you had your 3 minutes to talk about it and we listened to you, it's time to move on.
And just to add, it's something that the board has to take seriously.
We have a couple comments online. How about we go to one of them? Mike, Bruno, are you available now to speak?
All right. Yes, I am. I hope you can hear me. Thank you for all this. I would just want to address a couple quick issues. First, on the maintenance issue that both Jeff and Tesha brought up. It is our intention to have a more detailed maintenance plan presented in December, because we've taken your comments to heart, and we've actually solicited support from others. Again, the pickleball club and SCARF will be taking primary responsibility, but we also have indications of some support, at least on volunteer efforts and so forth, from the Lost Coast Tourist Association and from the Visit Shelter Cove organization. So there will be a maintenance plan in place, and this will probably be one of the best maintained locations in the Cove. With regard to variance, I agree 100%. From a big picture standpoint, it could help the Cove if you explored further the possibility of a variance for other projects. I did talk to the county building and planning department. I did talk to the aviation department, and they strongly discouraged me from asking for a variance for this particular project. But as you said, strategically, there might be other things you'd like to move forward with. And so I'm certainly not opposed to that. And finally, I think there's been some misrepresentation about, the state coming back and wanting the value of the property. That's not really how it works. First off, the state doesn't, they give out grants all the time for recreation. They don't go back and demand the money back if there's cracks on the tennis courts that they supported and so forth. But if it turns out that, there will be a plan in place for maintenance for long term, and that should not be a concern of anybody, that somehow the state is going to get upset at us if we're not maintaining that court. So look for more information next month, and I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
All right, Julie Peacock, would you also like to say something?
Yeah, hi everyone. I just wanted to quickly thank you guys always for the board for volunteering. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to thank you guys for everyone for everything you're doing to try and get this sports complex through. It sounds like it's a little bit more complex than we all thought, but I just wanted to say, as a local business owner, the court will be pretty close to Jippo. I strongly support this long-awaited sport complex and believe it should be located at the engineered location as planned. This initiative has been years in the making, and its completion will be a significant win for our community. The engineered location ensures the best use of resources and optimal functionality for families and athletes alike. This project also demonstrates that the current board and management are capable of successfully bringing this vision to life, and so I see no reason to oppose the project that will contribute so positively to the well-being of our residents and the economic vitality of our area. I also asked the board to put an action item on the agenda to approve the start of the construction of this court. It's just time. It's been too long. This needs to happen, and I don't know why it's taking so long for us to get a sports complex. It's been, I don't know how many years, 10 years now?
No, it's been 4 years, I think. 4.
That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Still public comment?
Yeah, please go ahead, identify yourself, and yeah, please feel free.
Hi, this is Trent Sanders. I kind of came in late, so I don't know exactly who said what, but the sentiments that Julie expressed, I agree with. We had a chance to build a clubhouse. We, somehow that got botched. We spent that $200,000. We spent, I don't know, $50,000. I've had the money in the bank for 4 years for the sports courts. The community agrees on things, and then we don't do it. So it's like we can't keep doing this circular. We all agree, let's pay for it, and then at the last minute, never mind, tear it out. We need the sports courts. We don't want to put them in the trees in the corner. We need more facilities for people. It's paid for. Let's just get it done and move down the road. We can build clubhouses in other spots. It's not like analysis paralysis. We can't say let's not do something and then not do anything ever because we don't want to do that thing there, and then it just goes on for years and years and decades of the same conversation that I've been in the Cove. It's the same situation. I think the community generally is in support of the sports courts. People want to see pickleball and basketball and bathrooms and all these things, and we can add on to it in the future and do more. So I'm in favor. Most people I've talked to are in favor. There's been petitions signed. So let's get this done. Thank you.
Just one last clarification. The construction funding to complete this project, we do not have that funding. So a portion of the funding is available, but not to complete it. So that's where we're being held up right now, from my perspective, along with making sure we're going with the right design and yeah. Anyway, just for clarification.
What you just stated, is that due to the adding of the money?
Well, we've done the in-kind. I think we have like another maybe close to 20. The additional funding that was okay, that was voted on in in 22, or was that?
Yeah, September 22.
That money that was okayed was not in the budget. We don't have that money to put towards it. So
right now we think we can based on
Yeah,
we can get it
as
back
close
original
to,
240.
well, even that 240 was not in the budget. So that's where we are having issues, or we will need to be finding more funding.
Well, we had 177 and then 62, right?
Great. So and you think, yeah.
But that's what's delaying it. That's what's delayed it part of the time. So,
So, but moving forward, I think that when you guys do your presentation in December, I think that will be answering a lot of those questions. I am a little, just, I know you're talking with local contractors, and hopefully they would get the bid. But I just think that we have to be really careful. Definitely you're going to want to add some padding to that, I would think.
Well, we have some extra money in the budget.
I'm gonna go back. I look forward to
So it's for contingencies, but what I want to add is, if we get some local contractors that will work with us on letting us purchase the materials, you're gonna stay more within that budget than you are sending this thing out and letting them do markups on all the materials.
Unfortunately, because it's a public project, it's prevailing wage. So our hands are gonna be tied somewhat. And I think and I keep reiterating this, I look forward to seeing what you propose in December, because I want to see numbers. I want to see your MOU. There's just so much I can learn once you present it. And then again, we have, back to what Mike said, 3 new board members, although one's already on our board. So we have 2 new board members that are coming. So they're going to have to get acclimated. It's brand new. We also have the Park and Recs committee coming. So you're going to get more feedback from them. I know you guys want it right now, and I'm going to agree with Julie Peacock. It needs to be done. We want to get it done. The longer we wait, the more it costs us. But we also, back to what Tesha said, we need to find the money. So on top of that, we need some fundraising. We need to do the budget shortfalls. I know, but I'm not going to know until I know what your budget is.
Yeah, the one thing though is until we can actually move forward with getting a permit and the final approved set of drawings, you can't get any actual estimates. So we have to move forward. We have to move forward to even get that point.
Yes.
I think December is when all this needs to be discussed more. I think we're just circularly going around and around with this right now. Once you are here and do your presentation, I think it's a really good time to get the discussion going further. And I think today we need to just move forward. There's been an update on where we stand on it and what needs to be done. And I think at this point, it's time to just say December is going to be very important for the project to see what everybody has come up with and have the new board have a chance to sit here and ask their questions. And hopefully, maybe the spreadsheets will be included in the board packet. Is that a possibility, Chris? That the new board members would be able to see things and really get a chance to get acclimated prior to the meeting to understand where this is at. But I think at this point today, we're just going in a circular motion here and not making any forward progress. I think December is important.
I agree with you. That's one clarification. I understood earlier that the $240,000 is already in the budget, including,
No,
so
no.
that is 100, isn't that?
It isn't, no.
Misunderstanding, Chris?
We do have the remainder of the in-kind in our current annual budget as far as rent, capital expense. I think it's 21,000.
Right, there's about 46,000 something already spent, so there
So we have
much
that
left for the
21,000.
in-kind. So clearly, most of it, almost $240,000 is there.
Yeah,
Okay.
At this point.
All right, that was my clarification.
Thank you.
Moving forward.
Okay. Moving forward, we go to board member and staff reports. So director's reports first.
Training, no, nothing this month.
Mine's short, but yeah. Just attended Bud Bear's retirement party. That was very well attended.
Oh, yes,
I
it was.
think we can all we all did that. I attended the fire department's second Wednesday medical training. Again, I encourage community members. It is open to the public, and I do encourage community members to take advantage of attending these to really see how our money is being spent in that direction. It's very informative, and I find it very. I learned a lot, so I'm glad I did that. And then I met with Chris a couple times with board packet questions, and then also with the sports committee, or I mean the Parks and Rec committee topic. And then also I attended the agenda setting meeting. And then also just a little quickly, it's my intent moving forward with for the director's reports that I'm hoping with the incoming new directors and for myself that I will be working really hard to make sure that these are all typed out and submitted for the public record instead of just handwritten notes and kind of find I see my pants. So hopefully we'll get more formal with that. We're looking forward to getting more formal with that. That's it.
Yeah. Anyone else have any? I don't have any.
I can add a little bit. One, because it's on record, it is formal. So we have a public record of what we report. I read Robert's Rule of Order, cover to cover for the second time. Not very good reading, but it's interesting reading. Did sexual harassment training, did good governance training, and watched the Brown Act for a second time. So, and then I did have an opportunity to speak with Chris more on a social level at a art gallery reception, and again, Bud's retirement party, which was very, very successful. Fall asleep, please. All right.
And I do plan on providing some sort of a template for the director's reports that would help current board and future board, some sort of written template to fill in.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to the general manager's activities for the month of October. Worked on the project completion report for the grant-funded Lot W well project, known as the Lot W3, or well W3. Fish drilling, installed a pump and motor, and then completed a drawdown pump test. The result of the test displayed a consistent 80+ gallons per minute flow rate. So next steps are district staff sample the well for numerous state-required constituents. We still need to do some further flushing and sampling and testing before we can start moving forward with plumbing that well into our distribution system. We're on track with that project. I attended CSDA webinars and organizational development and ethics training. Attended online demos on accounting, billing, portal, and public alert software by a couple of different software companies. So my goal there is to try to allow customers to log into their accounts, look at their previous usage, and more better customer access for their accounts. And also on a side note, I did work with our current online billing portal software company to allow for the e-check payment option, which in some cases reduces the fees involved with paying online. It's a standard $2.95 fee paying by e-check, which requires you to insert your routing and account number online versus the percentage on the other credit card. Worked on customer payment plans, continue to correspond with the district's current. I didn't know. I already did. I was ahead of myself there. Okay, so the e-check option is now available. Attended the retirement party for Bud Lair. Worked on the Parks and Recreation Department's strategic plan. Corresponded with community members regarding the sport grant project, and also corresponded with the district's risk management insurance provider, GSRMA, over the electrical incident at Burnsport in September. Corresponded with a community member regarding public complaint against a district employee, which is going to be coming up later in closed session. Attended online trainings for water treatment certification contact hours, and worked with staff and one-on-one link to add phones to the children's play group room and the library at the community clubhouse, and met with board and community members on various topics. with my contributions for October. Administration department.
Hi, in administration, we do a lot of exciting work. I also attended the ethics webinar training, and I let GSRMA know that our board is interested in being a candidate for their board. And so that it's a long process. We won't hear back on that until May after the elections, if we're elected. And at that point, you guys would choose one of you to serve on that board. I also participated in some software demos for alerts and billing. And I've been working on doing some how-to guides on various administrative responsibilities. It's all in line with our strategic plan to have better training available for future employees and just standard operating procedures on some things. So I put together, I don't know, maybe about 5 so far, and they're listed in the report here. I've also been going through some of our historical files in the library, looking for redundancy and what can be digitized, and that is also in line with our strategic plan. I completed our renewal for our motor carrier DOT number, which allows us to transport the sludge from the sewer department. We did onboarding of our new general laborer. We worked on our Firewise renewal numbers, which is compiling all the volunteer hours and expenditures that the community has outlaid and also in-house, and provided that so we can maintain our Firewise status. And we compiled all of the policies that are related to personnel and sent them off to a lawyer for review. So it's provided as a service that's free to us through our membership with GSRMA. And a couple things I didn't mention in my, or didn't put in my report, but that I wanted to mention is next week will be, or next month, seeing our new board members who have Wesley Bonham was, how do you say last name, Bonham? Was selected by the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors for the final seat that was open. And then for the election process for the other 2 seats, Tasha and Tristan Sanders were put in their applications and their candidacy was verified, and so they are automatically the other 2 board seat members. And I asked Michelle Bushnell to come and do that swearing in as well. And so she agreed, and she'll be here for the swearing in of our new board members. And then on the side note, also, I've been working on improving the cleanliness and appearance of the community center. Mermaid Coastal Cleaning had graciously volunteered to do a deep cleaning of all the kitchen area. So I took everything out, and now most everything is put back and thinned out, and so hopefully we'll have a better appearance for future.
Right, so next, wastewater.
Yes. The biggest thing that happened last month is we had a water break on Beach Road. The biggest thing we can tell you guys is if you see a water break, please call it in until you see RID staff on the water breaks trying to get stuff done. Sometimes we see them, sometimes we don't. This was another fire hydrant main. We lost approximately 40,000 gallons of water on it, but without you guys calling in these things, we may not know that's actually happening, even though everybody else can see these. So please, you can call any incident you guys may see in the district on call phone or 911, so we can get there as fast as possible. The other things we did this month, or we sent out a couple people out to a chlorine training down in Santa Rosa. Our chlorine gas distributor holds training every so often, and we like to get as many people as we can down there when possible. So we sent 2 people out to the training by everybody around the state, so they all come to this training. We also sent Joe up to CWEA training for motor controls, electrical aspects, as well as I took that again this month. So
this month, though, as you guys can see, we're getting ready for all these storms coming in. It's nothing new to us. It's another weather event coming in. So we've got our generator staged at various places, lift stations, and with our plant, we are looking at a lot of water coming into our facilities. As of this point, we've had about 6.5 inches of rain with the storm and 200,000 gallons of water to our wastewater plant. Normal numbers are around 50 to 60,000 gallons a day. So be able to look out in the future for our guys. We're going to have the televised crews coming out, cammering our systems. We're going to try to do all the Shelter Cove Road from beach down to Upper Pacific. So you see the signs up, just watch out for them. Watch out for our guys during road work. But we're going to keep looking at the weather. So, watch out.
I got a question. How is the SCADA system working out? I haven't heard any updates in a while.
I just actually sent Chris an email.
Sorry.
We've got about 5 different proposals, and they're all, of course, different. So Chris, I, and Travis are going to sit down and discuss them, and then we'll move forward with that from there.
Thank you.
Yeah, a portion of that SCADA rehab is in this current annual budget as a capital project. We're hoping to break it up over a course of 3 years or so. But yeah, we'll have to review the proposals we've received.
I got a question too, and I don't know if it's under Frank's auspice, but I noticed by the pool yard, there's a huge tree that's down and it's been there for quite some time.
Higgins Court?
Is that, it's by you? Is that Higgins Court? Yeah, yeah. What's going on with that?
The county's been called on it.
Okay.
They've taken pictures and.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been like 3 or 4 weeks, right? I mean.
Yeah, there's nobody living in that street.
Okay. That just seems like it could be dangerous though.
It does look like a dangerous, that it's going to be kind of a tricky tree to clear, so it's probably best that the county does take that on.
Anyway, thank you.
So to clarify with the SCADA system. So once we get the SCADA system fixed and it's working and functioning properly, it will free up a lot of you and Travis's time daily. Is that correct?
Correct. Right now, the weather events coming in, we are going down there to reset the SCADA controls approximately 5 to 10 times a day.
Yeah.
I was down there last night also.
Okay.
All dependent.
Very important. Very important.
Not in that.
Am I hitting it too hard?
Okay. How about John, electrical department?
So last month, we had a scheduled outage on Hemlock to change the rotten pole. We took the bucket truck up to the shop, we had an oil leak. And on the way home, we got some new front tires on it. We attended safety meetings. Went to Medford to get some of the emergency lights fixed. There was some corrosion in one of the connectors involved. Up there, I got a new pole trailer. And went over the final new line truck build with Altec. And then last month there was one outage on the tie line, 3.9 hours, and we used 167 gallons.
Okay, thanks. Okay, fire department.
So obviously we're in the midst of what they're calling a bomb cyclone, so a little bit of current events. We're not seeing the forecasted results of what they thought it was going to be, right? So we had possibly 85 to 100 mile winds, and due to that forecast, we upstaffed through the OES pre-position program. So Italian Chief Hargrave did his presentation on that. We're actively doing that right now. So I'm kind of multitasking, so you see me on my phone. I apologize for that. I'm helping coordinate 7 Humboldt. So we have 6 fire engines being paid right now to provide that quick response team for any kind of slides, people trapped in their houses. And that was actually a result of what we saw 2 years ago with the large wind event that trapped people, destroyed houses. We had eight or nine power lines down at the same time. We usually average around 20 calls a month. That day we had 24 in about 15 minutes for 911 calls per system. So we're always anticipating these large weather events. I know Humboldt people residents like to pride themselves to be able to weather storms. Please don't overestimate these or underestimate these storms. We had a resident in the community yesterday smashed by a fairly large tree, and luckily there wasn't a lot of damage to the house. It did penetrate the garage. However, that could have been a bedroom, it could have been a vehicle. Lolita had a very close call with somebody smashed by a tree in a car. So these storms are so dangerous, even if we don't think it's as bad as it's actually forecast. That being said, we are going to be impacted by another wind event going tonight, and they have quite a bit more forecasted rain. So if you guys have been to town, the Eagle River is already not flooding, but swollen on the South Fork, and we're anticipating flooding in the Ferndale area, as well as all of our local creeks, just with a lot of debris in the culvert. So please drive safe. I anticipate, obviously, we talked about, the area at the top of the nature trail that has a drainage issue with wood gulch is what a lot of people call it. That's going to be a problem. And that's something that we're trying to work with the county. It's kind of outside of our wheelhouse, but it's been a problem for a long time. And it does change how people drive in that area. And I know I've had some close calls with people not anticipating us having to drive around that puddle. So it could be 2 to 3 foot deep depending on where you go. So those are the kind of the hazards we're going to be seeing locally as we go through. If you guys do have a emergency event with any medical equipment, so if there's a power outage or something like that, where for whatever reason our generator can't kick back on, that is a 911 call. If you guys see power lines down, water main break, trees blocking the roadway, that's a 911 call. 911 is underutilized. It's an emergency for potential life threats. So somebody doesn't have to be dying in the moment. We want to get out there and mitigate threat, be proactive before we have an incident. So we sent the team out. We did check out that tree on Higgins. It is technically a dangerous tree, and there's no threat or 911 access threat to that road just because it's unoccupied. So I've been in contact with the county. I don't know when they're going to get to one for that as well. Going back to October was kind of the opposite. We had a very hot October, especially the beginning of it. And what that allowed us to do was get in a bunch of prescribed burns. So Shelter Cove is part of the Southern Humboldt Prescribed Burn Association. We had almost every burn they did in Southern Humboldt, even into the Tool River Valley, had a Shelter Cove firefighter or member on that burn. So we sent our engine out quite a few times. I know we did a big one off Old Bryson Road, and that was the largest private control burn done in California this year in heavy timber, about 70 acres a day. So we take a lot of pride in assisting in that. And what that's doing also is creating a black buffer between Shelter Cove and the east side where we saw an August complex. So the more black acres we can get done safely, the safer our community is, because these fires can't gain a head of steam like you guys saw that park fire that ran from Chico to Highway 36, right? So that's what we want to avoid in Humboldt County, and we did see that with August complex. It went from the Red Bluff side of the mountains all the way to the Humboldt County side of the mountains. And had we not had a significant weather change, it would have blown right over the Eagle River, no problem, and Highway 101. So we're going to be looking at that with the King Range. The King Range has a bunch of pile burning done right now, and it's fuel production for him. And then obviously we have a large scale USDA grant that's hoping to treat every house in the community and the vast majority of the vacant lots. So we're trying to get ahead of it and get our community as defendable as possible. It's not going to be fireproof. I've heard that a couple of times. We're still going to have fires. You can have a small fire in a vacant lot. For us, we try and get all of our fires under a quarter acre. So if we can keep it on one lot, we have plenty of apparatus and plenty of manpower to be able to knock that down. If it gets up to an acre or more, it gets that head of steam is going to grow exponentially. And that's where even the helicopters and tankers have a hard time keeping those fires in check. So that's what we want to stop. We have our projects right now. We're about $9 million of fire department related or managed projects. Taking up a lot of my time. We have 2 large grants for just Shelter Cove, which is our CAL FIRE and our USDA grant. The USDA grant is 590 homes is our goal number, but if we have more funding, we can do more. And then about 2,000 lots to get cleared in strategic areas. So any lots within 100 foot of a home or a structure, permitted structure, is going to get cleared in the next 2 years. And the majority of vacant lots close to the evacuation on a roadway or infrastructure are going to get cleared to a certain standard as well. We'll talk about that more with the ordinance. The CAL FIRE one, you guys have already seen is going. This is the phase 4, so we've actually gotten almost $3 million of funding over the last 5 years to trim up our roads. So anywhere we've seen the roads limbed up 30 foot and then pushed back 10 foot. That's a fuel reduction or power line maintenance to try and keep these branches off of our roadways and out of our power lines, and also keep the ingress and egress going for fire apparatus and people evacuation. We would have to deal with that. And that's going all the way around from, basically this round is going from Kennedy tanks, the big green water tank at beach, all the way around Whale Gulch and Whitehorn, and then all the way to Redway right now. So our grant is also helping our local other communities that are nearby. Our kids go to school in Whale Gulch, and we're always traveling to town to go grocery. So we're trying to extend our impact. The other grants that aren't Shelter Cove specific, but our mutual aiders, we're working on a $2 million OES grant right now, and I'm heading that up as a representative of the Chiefs Association. That's for 10 new Type 6s. So those trucks are already delivered to the manufacturer. We're hoping to start pumping out a couple of those trucks going into 2025. And again, it's just having to be patient, a lot like the pickleball court. These projects were designed and planned and got grants for 2 years ago, and we're just now seeing these trucks roll out. So part of these large scale projects is having that patience. Unfortunately, it's definitely hard to have, but it's important. And then we've got other projects with Measure Z. So everybody's assertive county Measure Z, good, bad, or indifferent. Measure Z is helping our local volunteers. So we're not getting as much of the money as we want, but that's with anything. But last year we were able to almost allocate $3 million for a 1 year. It's kind of making up for last year where we didn't really get any money. And we're buying 3 more Type 6s for local departments that don't have safe apparatus. And then of course our preposition program. So apparatus for the state commission. And the cool thing about that program is we're able to do it from Shelter Cove. We don't have to go to Orange County or Chico. We're getting paid to protect our communities and our local communities that are close by. And so for some of these departments, that's an entire year's budget in 2 weeks that they can get if they get on that pre-position. It takes a lot of hard work, a lot of training, a lot of organization to get that pre-position approved. So we're definitely going to take advantage of that and help maintain it. We've got guys out digging out PIs and inspecting, trees in the way, and trying to keep our roads open. So if you guys call 911 for a non-storm related emergency, we'll be able to respond and get an ambulance to you guys in the best of our ability. Our fleet's still looking great. We do have a couple of older apparatus that will need to be replaced, mainly rescues. We have an older quad that we're looking at budgeting to get replaced, and our ski too, our jet ski, the 2007. That'll have to get replaced as well, but those are both backups. Our frontline apparatus are all in service and available. Going into the staff right now, our goal number that we can really maintain is 30 firefighters. We're just under that right now, and then getting everybody trained. So while quantity isn't always good, I can have 80 firefighters, but if they're not trained to the standards that we need them to be, they're not going to be that useful. So 30 is our goal number. And within those 30, we have 6 other officers that are at a higher level of training to kind of manage our firefighters. So we're really proud of how that's doing. I did want to mention that unfortunately we're losing Jan and Tim Evans. Besides running the board, Jan and Tim are both huge members of the fire department and the search team. So that's going to be a big loss. But we are excited for you guys' new adventure, and we'll be missing you guys on the East Coast. And that's all I got.
I got a question.
Yeah.
After Dave.
Every time I see this $2 million for 13 engines, I wonder, are those good engines? It seems like ours cost a lot more.
Those are Type 6 smaller trucks. So those are a smaller pickup truck. They have less water. So our 5147, the little green one, or the little red one that Jack and I drive around every day, that's more similar to what they are. So, and I don't even know if the company's going to make any money off of us. I was able to secure that number 2 years ago, and they've been fighting ever since, just because everything is skyrocketing right now. The chassis price is almost doubled. Labor is really expensive, and the apparatus that was approved by the board in 2008, 2009 for 324 is now 870. The exact same, no additional equipment, anything. So that's kind of what we're looking at right now, and it's 4 years out. Our ambulance is a good example of that. We were able to get that number 2 years ago and had to wait for it, but it's still going to be really expensive compared to an ambulance 10 years ago.
So my question, first of all, on your fire suppression program, how does that apply to the greenbelt that it has?
In what aspect?
As far as clearing them, you said you had $2,000.
That is gonna be, yeah.
Lots.
So we have almost $1 million for every green belt parcel is gonna get a 100-foot ring around it. And then after that grant, we intend to do some of our own prescribed burns within those green belts.
Right, so-
we need to prep burns.
So it's budgeted as a separate line item versus the 2,000 lots.
It's in the same grant, yeah, different phase.
Yeah, but okay. And then there's a policy number 3061. I don't know if it's under you, Chris, or if it's under Nick, but it's a quarterly report on our green belt. And I haven't seen one or heard of one for.
Yeah, that was added in there. We usually will do it if we have any kind of fire projects on the greenbelt, but not an overall health of the greenbelt. Greenbelt's actually split between Parks and Rec and fire. So
I'm just saying it says a quarterly report, and I have never seen one. So
I haven't either.
Is it
going back to? I want to say that was Joe Manager Philip.
Well, it was
around there.
the last time I was revised was 13. Yeah. So I wouldn't mind seeing one though.
Yeah, I'm more than happy. We're going to be doing a lot of work in the greenbelt. As far as trails go and stuff like that, that's going to be a different side. That'll be more Parks and Rec. But as far as fire side, I'm more than
Nice
happy.
one. I mean, because I'd love to see how it applies back to that separate grant.
Yeah.
So I think that you could include that update in the same manner as which would be perfect. Thank you.
The other side too, that along the same lines is the our grant contracts and agreements. You guys can have access to those, and if you guys haven't read those agreements, I highly recommend it for both my grants. I have 3 that you guys can read, and the pickleball grant as well. It's not great reading, but there's a lot of clauses, a lot of fine print in those grants that would help the transparency in question.
Can Chris put that in our packet?
Yeah, I think so. We can make it, put it in the packet for the next one. But we can also have it access if you guys want it before then.
I wouldn't mind it in my packet. But thank you.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, yeah. I'll let Ted do it.
No, go ahead. Go ahead about the building.
Oh, yeah, I totally forgot about the big gray blob behind the windows. So, we did get our building installed, so it's not finalized by any means. We still have to finish the floor and do the lights and electrical and get the building permit final, but we actually got the building up. So, again, that's going on a 3-year process. It was, we were in line with it. It was going to be a 2-year process no matter what. Right, so everything worked out. We got all of our permits in line because that is a public government funded building. We have to check every box, right? We had to have our CEQA, we had to have our coastal commission, we had to have 8 or 9 different inspections. Originally we got told that we couldn't build that building there because of the fault line. When kicked it back and said, well, what if we redesign it? That thing has 6-foot footings and an 8-inch pad. So there's a lot of concrete in that building. If we do have a major earthquake, it's still gonna look like that, but it's gonna be at the bottom of the hill. It's kind of right of what we have. So unfortunately what that means is a lot more expense. So we did originally budget high for that building. Part of it is also when we rebuild the front of the building, which is an older part of the building, we can park our engines in there. So we got to do an update or a beefed up pad or rebar for the large engines, the large trucks that are going in. Unfortunately, the 2 years when we got to that 3rd year of it, like they were saying before, is 10 to 20% of everything is increasing right now. So we're about $20,000 over budget on garage doors, on materials, on labor. The prevailing wage rates went up for that. We do have to take into account as much as we can with that. And a big part of that, going in is taking responsibility for it as the fire chief, was there was a lack in project planning from the initiation of that project. The permitting process, the budgeting was done, the planning was done, but the fire department permitting was put on the GM. And we didn't have wanted the board review where the board can keep up on that. We were about a year of it, the completed project sitting on the desk waiting for permitting to be submitted, and we were told it was submitted. And so that going forward with large scale projects is a timeline, Gantt charts, however you want to track it, but some way that the board understands how we're tracking these projects and that it's useful for staff to actually fill out the tracking and update you guys. There's a bunch of different ways of doing that, and any major entity that's doing a lot of projects has that problem of how are we transparent with how the project, where the project is. Chris and I might know where it is, but you guys won't until you see it on the board meeting. So that was definitely a learning moment on where that was. I don't know necessarily how much it added to it or took away. I know it did add additional engineering costs because we went into different realms of planning and having to do our biological samples, even though we ripped out asphalt and put in concrete. There was a lot of that kind of stuff that we learned on that project, and we're going to need a couple more of those buildings, right? Johnny's got a bunch of stuff out the range. We've had a couple of these buildings actually approved, and then because of the headache, we didn't follow through. So that's kind of one. That was a large chunk of that money came from Measure Z, about $75,000 through Measure Z, and we had to pay the additional money on that, over $100,000 for design, engineering, and foundation.
So, nuts and bolts, how much was it over budget?
About $20,000, just under $20,000.
I'm gonna say that's damn good.
It is. It hurts for us because I could buy something else for $20,000, but it is. Yeah,
good job, by the way.
Going back, yeah, thanks. It's still not done yet, but going back, it is that original planning that I think we could have anticipated a little bit more in getting those permits done rapidly. We're seeing very similar thing with the pickleball court. The more you talk about it, the stuff changes and we can find a better idea, which is great. That needs to happen before we move forward. Right, and that's what we kind of see is that going forward. Even the fire department projects, anything that public has to say or an idea or an opinion on, up front, we need to get all that out of the way and then commit to something.
Well, I think that's back to what you just said, how important, and that's really why I've been pushing. We need a good plan. We need a good budget and a plan. And even then, we're still not going to be, back to what you said, you're going to run into headwinds or higher costs, higher everything. So I think it goes back to that planning, and thank God you went through it because hopefully the sports card can learn from it.
Yeah, that's how we should be learning from every one of our projects. Anything that doesn't go right, we should learn from it. The other side to say on that before, we move on to something else is it has to be replicatable across the board, right? We had Jack and I joke about I got hit by a bus file on my computer where if I don't show up tomorrow, they can jump on there and find that file. If we have different ways of tracking, it might be the same result, but it's not going to be replicatable for you guys. So it's more of a procedure than a policy, but some standard RID, grant or project form, I think would go a long way. And especially if we're going to keep doing these larger grants. We used to just go for 200. Every once in a while we have an over $100,000 grant. We're talking 6, 7. What was the GRIP grant? $50 million or $20 million. So we're to get up in the level with the bigger grants, and tracking is really important on that. You have a different question.
Just real quick. So with you being on the Humboldt County Measure Z Citizens Advisory Committee, are you able, and that's just this year that you were placed on that, correct?
Yeah, I was on the Measure Z committee for the Humboldt Fire Chiefs, which is a local association committee, and now this year I'm actually appointed the county committee.
Are you able to do those remotely, or are you having to travel for those?
I'll have to travel for those. Yeah, luckily they're on Thursdays usually, so I'll be on my days off. But those are literally $1 million meetings. So that's one of those where it is. I wouldn't be going to it if I didn't have to on that. But yeah, those meetings are my predecessor, Sean Robertson, is the Humboldt County or Humboldt Bay Fire Chief. He sat on that for 6 or 7 years. And then I started going to those meetings just to make sure our narrative was being presented correctly. And so it is very important for that position just to vouch for the 42 departments in the county. And we have actually received quite a bit of NGT funds, but just Shelter Cove.
I just have one more for the electrical department. With the new build for the new line truck, I guess I don't know if it's a question or are you starting to see roughly like when we're going to need to be figuring out that funding? And I would just like to add, this is one of those infrastructure costs that this board approved without quite knowing how we're going to fund it. But I just want to put it out there again to the public and to you that what our timeline is on that for funding. Do you have anything to add to that?
Mike, the outside guy, who's probably a sales guy, they're a vehicular procurement something. We chatted about it. We went through the build line by line. Made some changes to it. We discussed it. We talked about it would be done in March of this year, and it's getting pushed back to probably July. So in anticipation for that, we had, I think it was 120 something in the budget, and we're going to plan on financing it for 5 years. So they're supposed to get us all the documents or things we need to do to get approved. So then that's all ready. And then we'll probably discuss with Chris probably more 5 years at least.
So we're looking at financing rather than going into the reserves. I think that was part of the discussion we had when we approved that. But we've been needing to do the CalPERS and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all for me.
Any public comment on anything with what our superintendents have reported? Okay, I think we can move forward to action items.
Okay, first action item. Consider resolutions of recognition and appreciation for directors David Summer and Janet Evans. I'll have a little spiel here for each board director. Director David Summer served on the Resort Improvement District No. 1 Board of Directors for 10 years, from 2015 through 2024, a couple of them as vice president. He was originally seated to finish the last year of a board member who resigned. Then he won his first election a year later by the slimmest of margins, believe it or not, in a tie, luckily or not winning by lot at a board meeting. He came to the board with 3 priorities: to enhance law enforcement, improve Shelter Cove Road, and mitigate the wildfire threat. He was instrumental in mostly achieving these goals and many others, including the replacement of 6 water storage tanks, the airport slurry seal project, multiple strategic plans, the hiring of 2 general managers, solar plan, and many hours spent on the district's GRIP grant application just last year. He is a great supporter and volunteer for the Shelter Cove community. Dave is also a great thinker, quiet and methodical. His precise attention to detail always keeps us on our toes. We know that he'll mention any typo or out of place word in our written reports. We're very careful. On a personal note, I appreciate Dave for leaving me with sound advice he learned while on the board. He instructed me to be aware of the 2 general perspectives that tend to steer the district's direction. He said there are those who want to encourage growth and development and those who want to limit it. He taught me to tread that line carefully and to seek what's best for the entire community. Thanks, Dave. I know. And now current board president Janet Evans. She served on the Resort Improvement District's No. 1 Board of Directors for 2 years, from 2022 through 2024. Like Dave, she was also seated to finish a resigning board member's term. She served through probably one of the more tumultuous years for the district last year, with the resignations of both the general manager and the acting board chair, while simultaneously conducting labor negotiations and the hiring process for a new GM, not once, but twice, all while trying to conduct normal business and keep the district afloat. Jan's accounting background in particular has proven extremely beneficial to the district. It may be easily overlooked by the general public, but her assistance in the budgeting process for the past 2 fiscal years is invaluable. Her attention to fiscal detail and her desire to clean up the district's finances cause her many sleepless nights. It's clear that she cares probably too much for her own good for this community. On top of that, she's volunteered her time and heart into a CERT leadership role, dedicating herself to the safety of this community, not just now, but far into the future, despite imminently leaving Shelter Cove for Delaware. I will miss her calm and reassuring presence on the board. Both of these exceptional community volunteers dedicated countless hours, days, and nights working to make Shelter Cove a better place to live. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we do have a little certificate of appreciation here for each of you, in addition to the resolutions.
Wow. Thank you.
I would like to say that Dave told us this morning that he's been to, attended what, 119?
109, would be a total of 119 scheduled, 4 I missed, and then probably 30 special meetings.
Meeting, so kudos to you, Dave, for long-term service. Thank you.
So Dave, Shelter Cove is a better place because you served on the board, and I will miss you, definitely. And Jan, same goes for you. Your assistance with accounting will carry on for a long time, and definitely miss you.
I will voice the same opinion, even though it's been a short time. But I appreciate all you've done to our community.
Yeah, Dave, I just want to thank you for your steady, calm, collected spirit that you've brought to the board. And definitely going to miss having you in that seat. But I'm also happy for you. And then Jan, I just want to say, and for the community to know that in your short amount of time that you've been on the board, you've had a very big impact on the district. And it is a great loss, but I am excited for you. But from a historical reference, that maybe not everybody will get, but really, Jan, your attention to the fiscal details is the closest that we've had to that before is from Robert Bodecker, who's kind of legendary in the board history, and you'll be greatly missed.
I remember that picking of the straws, Dave. I remember that day very clearly.
I do too.
And I remember all the meetings after that too. And Janet, I'm glad I'll be your last person that you reprimand on the board.
The meeting's not over yet.
Not yet. Yeah, Arlen, you still have more opportunity. Any other public comment?
Jerry Jackson. I just want to add my thanks for your contribution to the board and our community. You both have impressed me with your professionalism and your knowledge, and what you've added to the group, and I've always felt very comfortable with your leadership. So you're going to be missed. Thank you so much for that.
Thanks, all right. You ready to move on?
Yep. All right, so we'll move on to action item number 2.
Oh, no, we don't have to do the motion.
Oh, that's true. Give us the certificates already, and you don't have to
What?
approve of them.
We gotta.
Well, this is a resolution.
It's a we're doing resolutions. And we gotta do them separately.
I have to look it up.
Yeah, I guess I don't vote on it.
So it's a motion to vote for the resolution?
Yes. Yep.
We'll go for,
So
there we go.
Or
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2417. Resolution of recognition and appreciation for board member Janet Evans.
that's for Jason. Sorry.
That's not what it says here. I'm reading it. Oh,
The name should be put.
okay. For Davidson.
I'll second it.
Tasha Green?
Aye.
Mike Solari?
Aye.
Jeff Hildreth?
Aye.
Janet Evans?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And the next one. I'll make a motion. Resolution 2418. Resolution of recognition of appreciation for board member Janet Evans.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Tasha Green?
Aye.
Mike Solari?
Aye.
Jeff Hildreth?
Aye.
Jake Summers?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Okay, action item number 2. This comes up about every year to 2 years or so. This is to consider the donation of an RID, of a lot in RID. You have the lot and block number there. It's on Carson Court, the unsewered area, off of Top Road. So, Shelter Cove property owner requests that the board consider the donation of his parcel at 9 Carson Court, lot 206, lot 27, APN 110, 151, 01. There are no back taxes due on the property. Current total taxes due equal $365.34. First installment in the amount of $182.67 is due on December 10th of this year. There is a late fee of an additional $18.26 delinquent after December 10th. And the property owner has informed the district that he could pay the first installment if the board decides to accept the property and the bill becomes due before the ownership paperwork is complete. Financial impact, potential loss of property tax revenues, direct charge, tax assessment revenue, hookup fees, and if applicable, ongoing cost of property maintenance. In the past, it's been here and there as far as how the board has decided on property donations. The recommendation is to approve or deny the donation of the lot. So I'll leave it up to that.
I got some. So Chris, have you determined this lot could be useful for us for anything?
I don't see a use for it.
I don't either. That's why I wanted to ask, maybe fire chief or superintendents, if they see an interest in this lot for any reason that would benefit the district.
No, I looked at the lot for regional access. It's kind of what we really look for.
Right.
There's lots we don't have access. There's access right down the road. It's already from there all the way through. So.
Okay. John?
I don't have any use for it. It's pretty steep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. Thank you. That's all I got.
Is this lot like buildable that much or?
Well, in my opinion, I'd say no, but I'm not that expert on that.
I just wanted your opinion. I haven't gone and viewed the lot. Okay, thanks.
I guess my question would be, one, does it have power going to it? Is it off grid?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay, so then it would have to also have septic. I just don't, I would love someone to tell me the benefit of accepting it.
Yeah. I did do a site inspection as well. I went and looked at the lot and I'm not seeing a benefit to the district in absorbing it. And in fact, I think it just is taking it off the tax roll and not having access to those funds.
Yeah, in the past, I think that the main benefit for some of these lots is just access to greenbelt, like Nick mentioned. And this particular one, if you look at the web GIS, there's no really access to any greenbelt right there.
I think you'd be better off, yeah.
They say raw land's a liability.
Is there any public comment on this? Okay, can we have a motion to accept or deny? Whichever way you
Oh, I'll make a motion.
do it, Mike.
I'll make a motion to deny the acquisition of this lot or donation of this lot 110-1510 blah 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 block 10 lot 27 9 Carson Court for the RID.
I'll second that.
Roll call.
Dave Summer,
Aye.
Jen Adams,
Aye.
Josh Machine,
Aye.
Jeff Hildreth,
Aye.
Mike Seward.
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right.
Okay, moving on to action item number 3. This is to consider the resolution 2419, formation of a Parks and Recreation Standing Committee. As discussed at the October board meeting, the district is beginning the process to create a Parks and Recreation Standing Committee. This committee will enable public input on such topics as the golf course, bocce court, horseshoe pits, children's playground, the nature trails, and the multi-sports court grant project, among others. while alleviating much staff time in the process. The committee will both utilize and help craft Parks and Recreation Department strategic plan, helping the district and the entire community prioritize Parks and Recreation topics, while also planning and assisting staff in future budgeting. The goal of this action item today is to formalize a draft resolution for Parks and Recreation Standing Committee. This resolution defines the committee parameters. As directed by the board at the last meeting, the committee will comprise of 7 members, 2 current RID board members, and 5 community members. The committee will meet monthly on the first Thursday of the month, and the committee will exist for 2 years maximum. Members of the committee will be selected at the December regular board meeting. So the recommendation is to approve Resolution 2419, form a Parks and Recreation Standing Committee.
Yeah, I have a comment. On the actual resolution 2419, down at the bottom, it shows that it's already has 5 ayes and 2 of them are not on the board yet.
That I was anticipating that you guys wanted this to be a draft version to consider, look at, and discuss, and then formalize it for the next meeting.
That's okay.
I would say that back to being a draft motion, I wouldn't mind the caveat, if it's possible, that it's for 1 year. And then with an extension after that, it might put more fire under the committee if it's for 1 year, and then an extension after that for no more than 2 years.
So you're talking about a total of 3?
No, I'm talking 2 total, but I think that it should be up for 1 and then up for renewal after the 1.
They're only meeting once a month for
it's hard
a
to
year.
get.
That's not a lot of time because the whole strategic plan is not just the sports court, which is, obviously one of their first items to have to work with. But there's, possibly the variance for that property to be able to put more sports things on it or recreational things on it. I think there's a lot in this strategic plan to even start to get through. So my opinion is it should go for the 2 years.
So I would ask Chris, what is your deadline for having this strategic plan done?
I guess I don't really have a deadline, but I would say as soon as possible, just because.
Well, but I guess that's kind of what I'm saying. If your idea, because before you had dates of when you wanted the strategic plan implemented or done. So if you're planning on a year, then I would say a year. But if you're thinking it's going to take 2 years, then I'm going to have to agree with Janet Evans.
Yeah, I think we haven't even gotten to having our strategic plan community meetings yet, and so I think that's going to take time. We might get lucky and have everything completed within a year, but I find that kind of doubtful. And then also, it is a living document, so of course we'll be revisiting it. It'll never be all the way finished, so to speak. But with the committee itself, this is really meant to help take a lot of the pressure of the recreational aspect of the district off of Chris's plate rather than adding to his plate. And that once a month meeting, there's a lot to go over, not just, like she said, not just the sports court. I think that the 2 year minimum is pretty reasonable, and then revisiting it at that time, like if we even might need more time. I don't see us needing more time, but I think 2 years is pretty fair for us to get stuff done.
My question would be then, as soon as the strategic plan is complete, then it would be the dissolving this committee, correct? Because isn't this for the strategic plan?
It's not, but the strategic plan is a living document. What we're going for is our original one that says probably 5 years out what we want to do. But as you have projects fall off at one end, you need to be prepared to keep that document moving. It can't just be a static document and then you get to the end of your 5 years and you go, oh, okay, we did this. It has to be an ongoing document, and I think since this is the first go round of having one this detailed that we're going through, I honestly think it's going to take 2 years with tweaking it, maybe going beyond and thing to work with. It is basically the community and the district to say, we got a staff to this, we've got a budget to this, this is what we have to look at going forward, find funding, apply for grants, and you might not, a lot of it needs tweaks along the way. So I think 2 years is probably about as short as you can get and get all of this laid out for enough time going forward to know where your funding's coming from, for one thing, and finalizing. But the strategic plan is not, when we in a year, that's it. It's got to be an ongoing process by the district superintendents, Chris, and then as needed, further committees if he needs a further, assistance in doing that. So.
And also with these monthly meetings, there will be reports being made to the board as a whole at the following. That's why we've put it at the beginning of the month. So you'll be able to see what kind of progress is being made as well.
Well, again, that was my comment prior to the amount of time it's going to take for Chris and how we're going to implement it. So I think that, again, back to the committee implementing their suggestions and their ideas and the time commitment from staff. So I agree with what you're saying as far as it's a living document. It is, and it's always going to have to be addressed. I would say that by making it a shorter time, it might put more fire under us to get things accomplished strategically in the beginning. And it's just an idea. So I have no reservations 2 years either. So it's not like to make or break in my mind.
I think for myself, the way I view it is that I think we have a fire under our ass as it is getting this done. I don't think we really need any more push to get it done, other than getting it formed so we can start meeting, and then also having these discussions on recreational projects being done at open meetings, Brown Act, in accordance to the Brown Act. And I think 2 years really is going to go by really quickly.
I have to agree. Because I think it's going to be more than 2 years when we're looking at getting the clubhouse more user-friendly and cleaner. And we're also looking at the airstrip and maybe looking at landing fees. And I mean, there's just so many moving parts with the sports court and other things. 2 years it's not going to be enough.
For the funding,
yeah. And to come up with funding and everything else that they're going to do and recommend. So I think it's a big undertaking. It's going to be a lot.
Members on the board who gets on this committee is going to have their homework cut out for them for sure.
I think we could do the resolution to establish the committee, but it is really imperative that the new board members are seated on this so that we have board members who perhaps want to be on this committee and that don't have any conflicts with being on the committee and conflicts of interest.
Do you want to wait till next month?
We could do the draft, approve the draft resolution, and then come back and to do the actual appointment of committee members.
Do the public comment before we do that.
Any questions more or comments more from the board? Okay. Any public comment on this committee?
I'd like to make a comment. How important is for you in the community this strategic plan? Because if it's something important, I'm here with Jeff. If it's not that important, then you have to take a long time. And I think we also have to look. I always work in public with private companies, and when something is important, we will get to it and do it immediately. So I think from what I see here, and we have to balance all of this, how the importance.
Go ahead.
I think from a public agency perspective, it is different than working in the private industry. It is extremely important. We need to have the strategic plan so that we can be making our budget decisions wisely and that they're falling in accordance to a strategic plan. We should have been doing that all along. And the Parks and Rec Committee is going to be helping with the strategic plan of the Parks and Recreation aspect of the district. This is going to take time, and I think I would be more concerned that if we rush through something, that we'd be missing things. And I would rather it be that we're having the time to do our due diligence. And that 2-year plan, and when you're on the board, it really, you would be amazed on how quickly that time flies. And again, it's just, we're not definitely not compensated for what the amount of time it's going to be taking, but it's necessary. I wouldn't want this committee to be feeling like they're rushed in looking at the bigger pictures, and even looking at the bigger picture of where the Parks and Recreation aspect of the district fits with the whole strategic plan of the district. We have to have a strategic plan. In my opinion, we should already be making our budgetary decisions in accordance to into a strategic plan. So
the decision is yours, obviously.
Yeah.
One more thing I have to add is, the longer you give to the people, could be employees, volunteers, like in your case, director, board, what is going to be, the longer they will take to get something done. This is human being. This is the reaction. This is what is for all of us.
Yeah.
So if we put more fire, as Jeff was saying, is they will do it quicker, and they should do it the right way. That's the last comment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I disagree with the premises of what putting that fire under the board and the committees, getting things done quicker. I think that 2 years, because we're also looking at funding, we're not going to know all those answers within 1 year. But I don't believe that to even be possible.
It's also, we're trying to be transparent and have these meetings public so that if they're agendized and they're public and people can attend all these meetings, so that we're getting input from the public, which may change some of the ideas that are in your strategic plan and discussion that's needed, as well as when you apply for grants, you don't know within a month or two if you've got the grant that you can even go forward with this aspect of something. You have to wait. Sometimes, how long do they take, Nick? Sometimes 6 months on getting a grant. Yeah. Yeah, it's not going to move at lightning speed. So unfortunately, neither do I feel the committee can. It's very different from private industry. I've been experiencing the change of what we have to do here and not getting things moving quickly as I would like. Pam, you had a public comment?
Question in terms of this recreation committee and the potential overlap with what the Shelter Cove Arts Recreational Foundation, specifically the recreational aspect of that organization. Has that been worked out with them? It seems to me that there should be, firstly, no conflict of interest for anybody on that committee. And then also, what project, want to pull the recreational aspect of that organization, if it makes sense, into this committee versus having two different bodies working on recreation for the.
Well, I think part of that is because ultimately it's the district that's responsible for it. And so we can't necessarily just push that off onto another nonprofit organization that's in the Cove. we can work with, we can have them help us do things, but we are on the line for whatever projects are.
I understand.
And
It's just, I would like, in such a small community, just not to be too many competing recreational kind of angles.
we don't have any control over what they do. So all we have control is over what the district does. And while we can have their input and we can even have them work on certain projects, we have to have the district Parks and Recreation strategic plan for the district. That doesn't involve other agencies being involved or other organizations. It's something that we have to do.
Yeah. No conflict of interest.
From different, and that is something that we will be having to take really seriously when we look at the community members and who's on them, for sure. Thank you. Any other public comment? Any other questions?
Any other board? Mike, you look like you want to say something.
No, I was getting ready for my,
Your motion?
my motion.
I was gonna say that, that's what's gonna be really important, Pam, for when we do the selection for the people that are gonna be on that committee. I think that's really when the other nonprofits and the general public can be involved. And then again, back to what Jen said, invited as far as being agendized. So the goal is to have as much public input as possible, whether it be a nonprofit or an individual. I think we need it all.
Okay. I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2419 to form a Parks and Recs standing committee. Draft?
Were there any recommendations?
Well, sorry, just approving to form the standing committee.
Right, but it's a draft, something we approve, yeah, to approve.
So we have to change with changes.
Okay.
I guess I'm sorry, Dan, I was anticipating this the potential changes that would have to be brought back next month.
Yeah.
So if you guys,
So we could
like everything, all the content of this resolution as it is, agree with that for the committee, I think it would be okay for you guys to make a motion to approve the resolution with the correction.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Make a motion to approve resolution 2419 to form a Parks and Rec standing committee with corrections.
I'll second that.
Crazy.
Jen Evans? Aye. Trustee Rashid?
Aye.
Dave Summer?
Aye.
Mike Solori?
Aye.
Jeff Hilbert?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, I will move on to action item number 4. And this is the second reading to consider updating district policy 2201, recruitment, training, retention, and separation of district personnel from district employment. Staff have updated district policy 2201. As discussed at the October board meeting, the main updates to the policy include the addition of open or closed promotional hiring practices, an eligibility list for the recruitment process, plus minor grammatical changes. This is the second reading of the updated policy. Since also the October meeting, I've also reached out to district legal support, the personnel legal support, to review the policy and provide changes. The comments are included with the draft policy. One thing I wanted to mention too, in section 2201.6, the electronic version, I only saw the one recommendation to add the following. But when it's printed out, I see there's at least 4 more items, so I will add those 4 items also to the sufficient cause for dismissal.
Right.
Any questions on this updated policy?
I do not, I've looked through it.
I'll look through it too. I don't.
Yeah, looks good. I was just curious with that on the last page, on page 7B, adopted, it's in yellow. Should be noted if the entire layoff termination procedure does not come from an applicable union contract, it is a bit inflexible for small agency. Does that need to be in there, or is that?
No, I'll cut that out. I did take that note into effect and change that section of the policy. Section 2201.5.3. I updated that basically based on the CSTA template for the valuation ratings and whatnot. Got changed.
Any questions
Nope.
from the board?
No.
Any public comment?
Well, it's not public.
Oh, McCaffrey.
Dude, I've got one comment on 2201.615, local violation district policies. Our policies aren't adequate enough to have that in there, in my opinion. We violate policies all the time because the fire department's not in any of our policies. So, that's something that, while it's an easy statement to put into a policy about termination, it should be scary for employees that it goes back to that normalization of meetings. You know, if we don't have a really set policy, I think the intentional gross or misconduct, that's almost redundant. That kind of covers that intentional violation policy. For example, our grant policy has nothing about fire chief being able to run grants. I'm running almost all of our larger grants. So we do have to look at all of our policies as a whole before we hold employees to that standard as far as termination goes. It can be a GM discretion for a write-up, but to have a straight termination, I think is a pretty high standard on that.
Specifically because the fire department isn't being included.
I would say it's not. I employees are willfully breaking some sort of policy, whether it's a little policy or a large policy, and identifying those. Just since a lot of our policies are antiquated, that we haven't gone back and reviewed. GMs, superintendents, I think all of it. We brought that up in the previous meeting. It might not be most, gross misconduct, but our policies are kind of all over the place. So that would be my caution in that one, specifically when you are kind of covered by the intent of that, with your other things that are mentioned in here.
Well, I would agree too, because it's up to Chris at the end of the day. So I would have to agree with Nick.
I could cut that line out. That was something recommended by.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, they just don't know our policies.
Yeah.
And we're taking our staff policies and turning them over for legal counsel review, right? So maybe at some point our policies will start matching who they should be.
We probably need to have our policies reviewed by all of our policies reviewed, whether they're current, whether they're accurate, or if they violate any labor and other rules and regulations. Because I agree with Nick, I have seen and firsthand, as board president, dealt with, there have been policy violations because we have such a huge binder. Not everybody knows every policy, and terminating somebody because they didn't know that policy was there. We don't expect our employees to memorize a book that thick of policies, and some of which haven't been updated since the 90s. So I know it costs money to do things like that, but I believe a consultant to review our policy manual and kind of combine things or cut things out that are really not necessary might be a good use of funds at some point in the future.
It does say willingly, but I do think there's quite a few things that we willingly, just because that's the culture of what we've done for a long time. So.
Right. I don't think the policies that I've seen violated were not willful. Yeah. It wasn't somebody went out and said, well, I know I've got that policy. It was literally mistakes of not knowing that policy existed or following it. So I think, maybe we've got too many policies and it could be streamlined, or they should be electronic, where if somebody's dealing with something within their, a superintendent is dealing with something, or Chris, you can look up a policy and make sure that you are within the district policies. So, there's a lot of things. I think that's an area that really could use some work.
I also have to say that, this is the policy manual, look at it, right? And so at the end of the day, a lot of them need to be redone and revisited. Everyone's flag that hasn't been since 2015. So again, it's something that all these policies need to be revisited.
Just a point of information, I want to let you know that the policy binder is fully on our teams and all staff have access to that. And
That's good to know.
Yeah.
But we still have too many. And they need to be updated, because my binder looked a lot like Jeff's binder did as I was working through it. And it was too much for us, and we are not that experienced. We started to do it and tried to I know Dave got through quite a few policies, but it's like we're running around changing policies as they come to deal with some situation. We realize it needs updating or changing, but it just tells me some of them are too old, and we need to have things streamlined somewhat so that there aren't quite so many of them there to deal with. But I'm glad to hear that they do have electronic access to them in case they need them. But some of the policies are old, out of date, and I'm not sure everything in them is current with the current laws.
So the intentional or gross misconduct could be a little difficult to hit upon. This is why they added the willful violation of district policies as a managerial tool to fire somebody, basically. It's something I've seen on a lot of different contracts. So is it necessary? No, but legally it might be. So I think it is something that we should run through legal, personally. Your recommendation?
That did come from legal's recommendation, that particular line.
I've seen it before.
Yeah, I wasn't arguing that fact. I actually like it being in there. I'm just saying that we can enforce policies that we break and then have that in our termination policy. That's what I was saying.
But like well, you guys all know what my line of work was. We would break policies every day, but as long as you could articulate why and for what reason, I mean, there's no harm or foul at that point. So if you do break policies, you should be able to justify your actions in writing. So, and that's why that's a good tool there. Because sometimes people can go, I don't know. You just never know. So anyway, that's my 2 cents worth.
I also think it's important to begin switching the culture of that's with working and operating on a level of, well, that's just the way we've always done it, even if it was against policy, and more getting our guys working closer to policies. And if our policies aren't up to par, then we definitely need.
That's on us.
That's on us, and that's why I'm very excited that you guys have sent our employee policies over to legal for legal review. That's something that I personally have asked for a long time before prior being on the board, and so I'm glad to see that is finally being done. But yeah, I kind of think we should leave it in.
I think so too.
Yeah, for instance, because we sent it to legal review, we did find out that there's a new law going into effect January 1st, 2025, where you can't require an employee to have a driver's license if they're not required to drive for their job. In which case, some of our positions are not required, so we can remove that requirement from the job description.
I was gonna say, it's always a discussion in general manager.
What I recommend is, since this is the second reading, if we either bring it back with the changes in that section with the dismissal of employees, or we just approve it with the recommended changes, or with the recommended changes.
I like approving it, but with corrections. Yeah, but leaving the willful violation district policies in. in place.
And then,
Wes, you had a comment? Can you-
so does staff.
Oh,
Some of this, like the language in here doesn't reflect the MOU, and then the MOU doesn't have anything about layoff language, so we're gonna have to deal with that.
yeah.
Thanks
Can't
for
be
catching that.
violating that, but.
As long as it says permanent employees and, you know, through the MOU, it's regular.
So then we'll bring this back then. So we have to do a meet and confer with the labor union.
If we get the final draft done, and then we can look at it. Get all the changes done, and we can get it ready for the final approval, then we'll look at it.
Okay, we'll bring it back for that.
So would we do regular instead of permanent?
The MOU says regular, so after you're off of probation, you're regular and not permanent. As far as the layoff language, there's no layoff language, the MOU, so that'll be something else to discuss.
I just need to. Yeah, I just did to your comment, like, the attorney can probably suggest some other language. Like, for example, you could say the unreasonable, intentional, which may address that.
Yeah.
Again, that's something that the attorney's gonna have to work on. And then, did the attorney have a copy of the MOU to work with?
Yeah.
Because that might be something that would be helpful.
Yeah.
The MOU separately.
And then, yeah, because you have a separate policy for labor employees.
Correct.
I'm not sure.
This is all employees, though.
But yeah.
This is our policy.
So it probably would be, like Wes was saying, it would behoove the legal counsel to have a copy of our MOUs with the union, right?
Well, if we change it according, you know, make some changes to it that need to be made, finalize it to the point that then it can go to a meeting with the union to see if it violates any of the MOU for the union employees. It's going to take a little bit more review, obviously, but we can't do that. Union, make sure we're not violating the MOU with our language of the district.
Second, Randy.
And we've got to kick it to next month
Yep.
with changes.
With changes, so we will can
With the new board.
Right.
And
Can I have clarification on what changes are requested?
The corrections were, Chris was going to take out the last piece that was highlighted yellow. And that was it.
or the regular, if we needed to change it from permanent to regular.
We can still make that change. That's not that big a deal.
Are we making that change?
I think we all should do it, because otherwise then you're gonna kick it to change. Yeah, just go ahead and
So
make that,
regular.
and then the next board gets to figure out.
And back to the legal, going by legal, yeah.
Is that clear?
All right. Rick, I believe the next action item is yours.
Hopefully it'll be fairly fast.
Actually, no, there's one more.
Yeah, you do have
The IIPP,
county administrator.
Oh, sorry. I put one.
IIPP second reading.
Sorry. Okay, well, there is one more policy reading, second reading, policy 2370, the general, or the county administrator confidential job description. So as mentioned in the previous board meeting, this is to identify the need to make changes to district policy 2370. There are three main changes to the policy. First, the job title is now accounting administrator, which aligns with policy 20 personnel policy. Second, the update places this position under the supervision of the administrative superintendent instead of the general manager. Finally, the update calls for a higher level of education and experience than previously required for this position. Changes since the last meeting include statements of oversight by the general manager for various functions and the words or equivalent
for the educational requirements. District personnel legal support is also reviewed and updated this attached policy. That's where I talked about the driver's license requirements. Would apply to this policy. And I know there was a question about how does it affect current employees, right, who already have this position. And I reached out to the district legal support on that question, and they said you can grandfather in a current incumbent in the position with a new updated job description. All you need to do is put in the job description that the certification applies to new applicants, new hirees for the position effective, and the date is approved.
Perfect.
Any questions on the
No.
changes?
No, I like it. I like it.
So my only, just for clarification, I do like, so under the direct vision of administrative superintendent and general oversight by the general manager. I guess I do have a little bit of an issue with it being under the administrative superintendent. I know that that's part of the job description for the administrative superintendent being over the office staff. However, with the accounting administrator, that job itself is very distinct and very mostly that particular position really works directly with the general manager. And when it comes to budgetary issues, ultimately it's the general manager that's responsible for that. I guess you could say that by saying general oversight by the general manager, you have both of them, but I think that that's a lot of it's kind of being redundant. Like I just feel like that this particular job isn't necessarily what whoever's in the administrative superintendent, they're not necessarily going to know what's being required of the accounting personnel. And I feel that really for as closely as the general manager and the accounting administrator, that relationship is so close that I don't really see the need for them to be getting overseen by the office admin superintendent, so to speak. Unless you're just adding another set of eyes. Wondering if it's overkill on that part, or I would just hate, I worked in the office for 7.5 years, and from my observations, the superintendent, who was Sue Sackett, really didn't have much oversight on what was going on on the accounting department. Now, I don't know, maybe it's we've added that wording in because of the job description for the administrative superintendent, which I always kind of had an issue with. I wasn't on the board when that final decision was. Maybe I wasn't on the board at that final, and I have brought this up before, but that is a concern of mine that ultimately that this position that we're talking about already works really close with the general manager. So
I don't remember if you were on the board or not. I think some of the intention was to take pressure off of Chris for the day-to-day administrative, duties of overseeing things that are not necessarily in his purview, where, it could be cash planning, cash coming in, different things like that, that maybe it helps to have the second set of eyes on it before it gets to Chris, so that Jessica's already worked with the accounting clerk, or accounting administrator, and that they figured it out first before it goes to Chris. I mean, I know there is that interaction between Chris and the accounting administrator, but not having a finance director, it's kind of like throwing some of it onto the office administrative superintendent. So I hear some of what you're saying, Tasha, but I'm not sure. Personally, I totally agree with it. I kind of, as I've absorbed this, thought about it, and I actually think that maybe it could take some of the pressure off of Chris for doing financial planning and put it where it belongs.
I want to take things off of Chris's plate, but I also don't want to take things off his plate that he's ultimately responsible for. And the financial decisions are, and knowing how our finances are is ultimately his. And you do have it written in general oversight by the general manager.
I just personally think that, there's got to be like some kind of an order in that department that brings the financial stuff to Chris, and actually the office superintendent will be doing their budgeting and their planning and their financial stuff. And so I think it just all fits in with what she should be doing and what she should be bringing to Chris when the superintendents all sit down and talk about the financial aspects of either departments, because I think they've all got their own budgets. They've all have to people and then move it forward to Chris, or Jessica being in those meetings will understand that John needs a new truck, something done at the wastewater plant that, is coming in, and the cash planning's got to be done to pay those bills. So,
I would just say, just small details of it. I agree. I'm not an accountant. And oversee that position would be doing their job properly. But some of the things that I have done in my position is I've been or being a position superintendent is I approve leaves for that person, and I also coordinated a lot of the work that gets done by that position. For example, I'm coordinating with the accountants and working with them directly, and then reallocating which portions of the work that she or that position would be doing, as opposed to what the administrative superintendent would be doing for that type of stuff. I don't know if that's important in this, but that's just some side information for you to consider.
Well, I'm going to say that I think that one, I agree with Janet about second set of eyes, and I think that it's ultimately still Chris's responsibility, but I also think that when you have that extra set of eyes, you're going to have any issues pop up before he might even be involved, so you're going to see, having one more person helping Chris out. I just don't see how it would be anything but beneficial.
I'll agree with you on that. I think the second set of eyes is great. Yeah, I like it.
You do.
The very last item on this policy, environmental factors and conditions / physical requirements. Does this conform with ADA? There's some, I read the part that's been lined out for ADA compliance, et cetera, but is this really ADA compliant? This says pretty much anybody in a wheelchair can apply for the job.
Yeah.
This all came from the
job.
GSRMA.
Right.
Legal support is ADA compliant.
Okay.
As far as
Well, do we have a handicap restroom, and are the aisles wide enough for a wheelchair to get through in the office? There's a whole lot of moving parts for all that.
And then, in the, under description, the first, superintendent is misspelled.
Back
today.
You're gonna take over that?
You're fired,
No,
sir.
I'm not. I'm hoping some other new board members will be taking over that.
Yeah, that's good catch. I didn't see that one.
And just to reiterate, I'm gonna add in a line under required knowledge, skills, and abilities, page 2 there. Must have completed a minimum of an associate's degree in accounting. I'm gonna put in parentheses, applies only to new applicants and new employees, effective today's date or whichever date.
Right.
Okay.
Okay.
Public comment?
Any public comment?
Arlen?
He doesn't want to be reprimanded again.
Well, then how about a motion?
How about a motion, Mike?
I will make a motion to approve revised policy 2370, accounting administrator confidential with corrections.
I will second that motion.
Mike Solari?
Aye.
Jack Eldred?
Aye.
Dave Summers?
Aye.
Shannon Evans?
Aye.
And Tricia Bushy.
Hi.
Motion carries.
Now there.
Before.
On your last day.
This is also. Yes.
This is the second reading of the IIPP program that we went over last month, so, that was a new policy, so we needed a policy update, we needed 2 readings. I don't see any additional changes to the policy. Just come back for a second change for
Not for me.
I think it looks good.
No questions here. Oh, wait, I do have one question. It's short. On the last page, page 9, the notice. Oh, wait, am I on the right? We're not on, okay. Never mind.
I do have just one real quick question there. If there was a need for the executive safety committee to be formed, I'm assuming that the board will be notified of that.
Yeah, it's gonna have to be an official meeting with board members, same thing you're going through with the first one committee. So we've had discussion about maybe turning that into a policy review committee as well. This is kind of the same boat, but it will have to be a discussion later on to that.
Okay. Any public comment on IPP? If not, all right, Mike.
I'll do this. Let's see, I'll make a motion to approve revised policy 3010, illness and injury prevention program, II.
I'll second that.
Dave Summers?
Aye.
Mike Solari?
Aye.
Jack Eldred?
Aye.
Tricia Bushy?
Aye.
Motion carries.
And Chris.
Okay, yeah, we're moving on to, item 7. This is the 3rd reading, actually, of the district policy 3300, disposal of surplus district equipment. At the last meeting, it was discussed to remove property from the policy. So,
Right.
yeah, I've removed all reference to property. And, so now the policy is solely focused on equipment, which was the original intention of this policy to begin with. So, any questions on the changes made since last time?
Everyone wants to? Yeah.
Public comment? Oh, okay.
Do my thing. I'll make the motion to approve district policy 3300, district or disposal of surplus district equipment.
I'll second that.
Roll call. Janet Evans.
Aye.
Dave Summer.
Aye.
Tasha Machine.
Aye.
Jeff Hilbert.
Aye.
Mike Solari.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Quick.
All right, next we'll cover the next item.
Right, so going through the USDA grant, we brought this, what was that, 2023, beginning of 2023, actually started 2022 for preparing for the USDA grant. Ordinance number 63 on our nuisance and abatement of public nuisance for rubbish, hazardous limbs, dry grass. We've had this ordinance in place for a long time. We've never enforced it. They tried one time to enforce it and it was stopped. My opinion, wasn't carried out through. It was copied off of a couple other places that had done that in Southern California, and it was actually a successful program because people did go out and clear their lots with threat of abatement. But when it came down to how to do the abatement process, RID got blocked, and then they realized we can't abate 2,000 lots with liens, we can't afford to carry the cost of contractors, and it kind of fell apart in the early 2000s. So we still have that problem of vacant property owners and not clearing vacant lots, including some homes that are public nuisance, especially during the fire season. Ordinance number 63 is a difficult one because I personally don't believe in pushing government or special district priorities on people who own private properties. However, this is a public nuisance ordinance, so their status of their property is going to affect us as a whole of the community, and that's what I do believe vacant lots that haven't met fire ordinance of our living. We're not asking for people to cut down trees. We're asking them to limb up the branches and clear the brush and the substantial fire throughout the property. So I'm asking for a revised letter, very similar to the one we sent out. However, the difference is through the USDA grant, we can pay for all of the abatement done. Right now, actually, this last week, we signed our first contract for a contractor to start the home clearance part of that program for people that voluntarily sign up. So we've got over 300 homes right now on that out of the 500 that's the goal. So there are people, mainly homeowners in Shelter Cove, that are signed up for that program. The absentee property owners have always been more difficult to get a hold of and get private property. I can say, hey, I got $1 million. All you gotta do is fill out this survey. You guys can have it, and we won't get people filling it out. So it's just we found people that own lots from China, and that's their mailing address. We can't get a hold of them. So kind of all over the place. This mass abatement letter will let people know kind of one, that ordinance 63 is a thing in the district. We do have that right in the district. And they have that right as a property owner, that you have to maintain that fire safety. And then also we have the fund, this grant for just the next 2 years. So I do truly believe that we as the fire department and as the RID being fire department being part of that, we're liable for the community safety in that side. Cal Fire is a big help with the SRA, but they don't care about making basically residential lots and homes to a degree. Their law, the federal space law in California, is from the home to the property line is what you actually have to maintain. So a lot of places in Shelter Cove, the property line is right next to the home. So a lot of people are meeting that standard, and then there's no standard for vacant property in Humboldt County. So we kind of have one of these, and we're doing it through that nuisance law. There's not a wildland specific public resource code law for that. Stuff's changing. Obviously, PG&E, they wrote new laws and new codes for them and their fire safety. We had to come up with our own wildfire hazard reduction plan for our lines and our greenbelt. But again, that doesn't apply to private property. So this is what we have. Next fire season, we had a large wildfire. They're going to go back and look at why it happened and why it grew so fast. I'll tell you right now, it's going to be vacant lots and greenbelt. So we're also at fault with that. This grant, the success of this grant is going to be, can we go out and clear large scales of property to this standard quickly and efficiently? I can't wait 10 years to get people to come back and say, yes, you can go on the property. So we have to have a way of getting them, notifying them. Our contractor, Trees Foundation for Project Management, is reaching out and doing a ton of outreach to the community for the residents, but these non-residents are going to be more difficult. So my recommendation is, one, is I wanted to get you guys input on it. It's going to be a hot topic. If we send out a mass letter that says, oh, the RD is going to come to your property and clear it, I want to be very concise and more friendly and saying, hey, this is our community at risk, and we have this one-time grant funding that we need to take advantage of to get our community. I have the authority as the fire chief to come at any of our properties and say that's a fire risk, and I can go through the abatement process individually very easily. But on a whole, it's a little bit different. These letters will go to everybody, whether you have an abatement problem or not, just so people are aware. After this, we have to maintain our properties as well. So that's kind of the big thing of the grant is I'm going to come through. We're already seeing jobs, $4,000 or $5,000 clearing jobs that are getting bid out right now for free. These community members have to maintain that. That's kind of part of the agreement within the grant. And the only way we can enforce that is through this ordinance to say, hey, you've allowed your lot to become a public nuisance again. And unfortunately, Shelter Cove is known for that. That's not something we want to be known for is our wildfire threat due to vacant lots. The nature of how the development was built kind of led to that with how many little lots we have, especially the unbuildable ones. I do see how it's hard to force somebody to get a $4,000 lot clearing job when their property is only worth $300. So hopefully we can help alleviate that at this one time, and it's going to be very difficult to get a funding grant like this again for a long time because it's kind of one of those large, one community-wide, one-shot grants. But yeah, please review the letter. Let me know your guys' input. What I'm asking for is an action item is to approve me to create a letter, and it will come before the board in December for a final, you guys approving to send it out. So this is just to create the letter. And then I want to also let you guys know our intention in sending that letter out. The abatement process is basically a 3-month. We have to notify the property owners of the potential abatement, and we have to come back through and say, all right, this is the list of actual lots that we're planning on abating. And then we have to give them another open hearing to have their ability to come in and say, no, my lot's done. I don't want you on my property. This is why. But the main intent of this is notifying people that, hey, this grant. I'm hoping to not abate anybody. I just know realistically there's going to be some people we can't reach. We don't want one ugly lot in the middle of field production project.
I guess my one comment, or maybe a couple, is I think it's a great idea. I think that especially with the grant money, we need to do this. And there's no doubt about it. I think that I would like to know down the road when we don't have the grant money, what type of abuses could be done by this ordinance? Meaning
on our side.
On our side.
I don't think the abuse is the one that I did find that was a violation. There was a pending lawsuit on the early 2001 that I couldn't find any evidence that it went through. It was more of a threat of a lawsuit, and then they just dropped it. That project was kind of doomed before any of that happened. The fire department was overwhelmed with the number of data and just the people emailing and sending things in. They didn't have a computer. Everything, I don't know if they made it in there, but the example from the previous one was a handwritten letter that they had to go through and file, send snail mail, come back. So the electronic side of that will help out. The other side was they implemented basically an unlimited admin fee on that, and so it was like 100% admin fee, but it depended on what the contracting rate bid was on that property. Where the program that they borrowed how to do it from had a $100 limit, and they left that $100 limit out, and that was a really big key of you're charging $600 on an admin fee to go out and take pictures of the property. So there's a lot of other reasons why that failed. As far as abusing it on the fire department side, the basically competitive bidding side is I have to get a contractor that's going to give us a reasonable rate to do that work. We could use inmate crews, but that would just be hypothetically, it would be a long process to say, all right, we have this project. But it also creates jobs for our contractors. When you come to this community and you buy a home in Shelter Cove, you're residing in the resort improvement district, you have to follow those ordinances. So if people don't maintain their properties, we have to have some way of helping them do that. I really don't see abuse in it on our end. Again, going back to that, I think it was just a way too high admin cost, and the contractor rate has to be fair.
Well, and so what do you think about liability as far as RID, as far as if the property owner tries to buck it back to lawyers and court fees and all that? What's the potential liability to RID?
It depends what it is. It's a pretty cut and dry. You either meet this standard or you don't. Them fighting the ordinance themselves, they'd have to take it all the way to Humboldt County, and it wouldn't just be the RIP ordinance. So a basic public nuisance, it actually is backed by the California Health and Safety Code. So it isn't like the board in 1998 or whatever made that up. There is legal backing behind it. It's something now that actually this is a less aggressive one. If it was my choice and it was easy, I'd have a more aggressive standard for wildfire nuisance abatement. Some places are doing actually I don't want to cut anybody's trees, so that's a hot topic, but some other places are adding that, hey, your trees have to be spaced out to the CAL FIRE recommendation, which is actually, they don't want any branches touching trees. So if you look at Shelter Cove, it's pretty hard to do that. But no, I do think we're in line with that. I don't foresee any liability issues with that. It would be contract work. I'd be more worried if the RID was doing the abatement work in-house with our own crews. But yeah, it's really the big thing is making sure we're following that standard. And that's even right now. I can't go abate somebody for nuisance vegetation right now because it's raining. So it's got to be dry grass during fire season in order for that to be a standing public meeting.
Well, I'm gonna go back to what I said before. I think especially with the grant funding, we have to do it.
We don't necessarily have to. It's the easiest way of doing it. I can be soliciting yeses and people signing it. But for the people that are absentee property owners, yeah, we have to. It's really the easiest way. And this is going to be sending a letter out to everybody that we have on file with a tax address. So we don't have numbers or emails for everybody that's out there.
This mass mailing, well, that'll be covered by the grant?
Yeah.
Okay, because I know that can get super expensive, but yeah. Okay.
So a problem letter with a free solution option is a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
How many times does the county contact you normally and it's like, okay, you owe us money and this is your problem? So I think this is a wonderful thing and I can't see anybody getting upset about it.
We want to be very much informative, not forcing it. The last letter was like, hey, your property's not meeting this, we're coming in. You know, I mean, you've had your chance. Right. And I think it kind of wasn't done right on the PR side.
Not much of a carrot, more of a stick right off the bat.
Yeah.
No, I like it.
Anybody else?
Any public comment?
Arlen?
Want to?
No.
Not really. If we're being honest.
I do remember those letters.
I remember.
And they were scary, especially when you didn't live here and had 3 lots like we did. And but it got us here. And we rented all our equipment from Just Rent It to bring over and do it. So it was a money and income. But I didn't know that we could have bought it.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, want to do a resolution, Mike, to approve that Nick can write the letter and
I have
bring it
nothing to
back?
read on
We
this
even need to.
Yeah, it's on recommendation.
Okay.
Ah.
That's the thing.
Ordinance 63, in accordance with.
You guys will see the final letter before it gets mailed out at the I got Tanner and 3:30 working on it here. Pictures and nicer one.
So I'm going to take a shot in the dark at this one. Make a motion to start a draft for ordinance 63 for the fire chief to send a notice to Shelter Cove property owners regarding upcoming fire hazard abatement work schedule for 2025. Does that work?
That motion.
Yep. Does that work?
That work?
I'll second it.
You may have to speak up.
Let me just clarify
Clarify.
that with you a little bit. You said us to start a draft for ordinance 63.
Yeah.
To start for Nick. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick to draft the letter.
Is that okay, Nick?
Yeah.
Okay. Whew.
Okay.
I didn't have a letter for it, so I was like, I'm not drafting.
He was mumbling. Mike was mumbling down there trying to figure that one out.
Yeah, I was struggling with that one.
Yeah. Okay, we have a who seconded that?
Jeff.
Jeff seconded? Okay, we need a vote to allow Nick to bring this
Mike Solari,
Aye.
Jeff Hilder,
Aye.
Jan Evans,
Aye.
Dave Summer,
Aye.
Christopher Change,
Aye.
motion carries.
Any unfinished business? And then
You have unfinished
we're gonna
business,
take a
sir?
break.
Yes, I just have one question. Nick, how much did that building cost?
$75,000 for the building itself and almost another $70,000 for the foundation and engineering.
$50,000, $60,000. How many sports courts could you fit in there?
Two pickleball courts?
Two pickleball courts.
Yeah.
Full
Wow.
basketball.
And that would eliminate leaves getting on the course. And then you could take that whole plan because it's in a high area of feasibility of earthquake. Boom.
Can be $100,000 cheaper.
Not tall enough for basketball.
Okay.
We are looking at renting out the pickleball.
Okay, so unfinished business being done unless Jack's got something.
I've got one.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm just gonna hold you up for a little longer. Actually, no, I just want to say, since I was out, we were out on patrol when the resolutions came up, I just want to express my gratitude to Janet and David for your time on the board. Worked with David for many years on the board, and he was a valuable source of information and inspiration. And Janet, you've been phenomenal the last couple of years here on the board, especially on the financial aspect, really bringing it to the board's light and kind of opening up and kind of showing, making things more readable in our budgets and the like. So thank you guys very much for your time and service.
Okay, we are now going to move to closed session after a brief break.
How do you push the power button?
Take a break. Some of us have to have breaks.
Did I take the this map out of here?
You can go bowl.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a bowling course.
I was outside walking, whistling, and right here, and a couple went wrong.
I know.
and then it stays on our website.
Okay.
Oh, camera's coming in now.
You have to see if there's anybody out there in public.
Oh, we're supposed to look and see if anybody's standing out in the rain.
Okay.
I can do that.
No, you're the president.
Huh?
So while we're doing this, real quickly, Saturday is the Boutiqua down at the clubhouse. And some wonderful guys will be making some wonderful sandwiches. I encourage everyone to come down and have a smoked pulled pork sandwich for $15. And trust me, they are gonna be good. Saturday we start serving at 11 o'clock. And for you vegetarians, we are doing, we have gluten-free buns and we are doing jackfruit pulper sandwiches for our vegetarians.
You know, the new board member, Wes, is a good cook.
He can be a cook all he wants, I'm a chef.
Oh.
I've had some of what he has made and it was great.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Spanish, it was Guatemalan or something like that.
We are going back into open session.
Session.
We're going into open session at 1:46 p.m. Ready for it?
Barbie.
Yes.
Burn that right now.
Okay. The board during closed session reviewed allegations against an employee that was a public complaint made. The board reviewed the investigation into the complaints and found that the allegations were unfounded.
No action is taken.
No action is taken against the employee. A letter of our findings will be sent to the complainant. Any public comment?
I second that.